Okay, I'm ready. Okay, can I start with my presentation or what do you think? Yeah. Yeah, I wait.
I would request our reverend speakers, panelists, and participants to kindly be seated so that we can start as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Honorable dignitaries, reverend speakers and panelists, and dear participants. I, Rona Kothari, and my co-host, Ms. Saranya K, would like to welcome you all for the power-packed and knowledge-packed keynote sessions for today, which are 4 keynotes for today. I would request my co-host, Ms. Saranya K, to kindly start with the first keynote. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Now we are going to start our first keynote sessions. As you all know, strength development is a cornerstone of long-term athlete development. It influences performance, injury prevention, and athletic longevity across all age groups. To speak on this important area, we are honored to have an eminent expert with us today. He is unable to be present on site and he is joining through online mode. Our speaker, Professor Dr. Hanno Felder, is the professor, doctor. He worked in the various dimensions, professor of physiotherapy, training science with extensive experience in elite sport, athlete development system, and applied sports sciences. He have more than 27 years of experience in head of sports science and biomechanical diagnostics. Currently serves as a acting director of the Olympic Training Center, Rhineland-Palatinate. Professor Felder has made significant contribution to evidence-based training methodologies across youth and high-performance sport. He have published numerous national and international publications. Today, he will guide us through development of strength abilities, the basis for successful sports performance from childhood to adulthood. Once again, we are welcoming Dr. Hennefelder for the online session. Please, sir.
Yeah, good morning to India. Good morning to Patiala. It is a pity that I will not be in person with you. I applied 3 times for a visa. It was always rejected. I don't know why. I'm a friendly person and I only want to share my poor knowledge with you. So we have to do it online, but I think it's no problem. Yes, I would like to tell you about a little bit about my experience about the development of strength ability from childhood to adulthood over the lifespan. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to give you a short impression about our work and about our knowledge. I'm working at the Olympic Training Center in Saarbrücken. Saarbrücken is a town where we are host several German national teams, especially in triathlon, especially in badminton, especially in wrestling, especially in football, and in fencing and a little bit more sport. And also we are preparing our athletes for the Olympic Games and for the Paralympic Games. You are always warm welcome to join our center. Yes, when we start with our research, our question is always done from practice. We want to solve problems from practice. First of all, we analyze them. Then we try to answer and solve it for practice to assist our coaches, to assist all the coaches for development the performance in sports. Our applied research philosophy is always coach-driven, it's athlete-centered, and it's always performance-based. Yes, why is this presentation of the strength development and trainability across several age groups interesting for us? I think it's a key element in designing talent development in an evidence-based, individualized and sustainable manner. I think it is a strategic imperative for cultivating athletic excellence. It empowers coaches, it empowers athletes, scouts and institutions to nurture potential with precision for the journey from grassroots to greatness. And I think it is always ethical necessary. How can we start? Yes, you always know the basis of force is Isaac Newton, and he has the laws of the force, and you know force affects motion. And we need muscle strength for this motion, and this is the basic of human movement, especially in sport and in lifetime. And this muscle strength gives us stability, gives us acceleration, it gives us deceleration, and it gives us velocity in our movement. And it is also a kind of prevention. It can increase immune cell activity, it can increase metabolic rate, and improves fat and glucose metabolism. It reduces stress and improves overall well-being. So you can see muscle strength is the basis, I think, for all in our life in movement. It is a foundational motor quality that underpins power, speed, agility, and the resilience in all sports. Yes, why does this theme matters for our grassroots to greatness journey? First of all, it can be used for talent identification. It can be used for athletic development about a long time. It can make in prevention in injury, and it can bridging grassroots to elite performance. So I think this is a very good theme for our journey from small to big, from young to old. Yes, before we start, I would like to explain some phases. Lifespan is the time of phases, and we have several phases I would like to mention. First, we have the phases of young children, and in my next contents I will tell you about biology, trainability, and I would like to give you the practical focus. Now you can see we have 4 phases, and in each phase we have several basics, several topics. So you can see on the first screen what happens in earlier years, then in pre-pubertal to early adolescence, 10 to 13 years, in the puberty, about 14 to 70 years, and you can see what happens in the time of the young adults about biology, trainability, and practical focus. Yes, I compare this knowledge. We have here the dominant biology, typical trainability, and prior training emphasis. You can see we have several contents. We start with neuronal plasticity, very little anabolic hormones that grows up in the puberal phase. It increases in the years 14 to 17, and you can see when you are a young adult what happens here. We can see the trainability, and we can see the priority training M phases. And of them, I will always give you deeper sight inside these areas. Yes, first I would like to start with some physiological factors which influencing the strengths in the lifetime of athletes. Yes, we have 4 factors which are influencing the strengths. First of all, neural factors. We call it motor unit recruitment. We have hormonal factors, we have morphological factors, and we have interaction between several factors. Neuronal factors depends how a muscle is acting in motor unit recruitment. Hormonal factors, we have a lot of hormones. We have testosterone and growth hormones, which can gains in muscle mass, and we have morphological factors, muscular cross-sectional area, and the fiber composition. They all influence our strengths in lifetime, and nevertheless, we have a combination of these 3 factors. We have an interaction when we have some specific movement. Here can you see my first picture about the relative muscle strength across the lifespan. Relative means it depends on your body weight, and you can see the young adults, about 20, has 100%, and the other columns are in ratio of this 100%. It goes up and then it goes down. And that is a quite normal situation. Here you can see in the text how that picture means. Children has low to moderate strength level. It increases with growth and coordination. The young adolescents had a repeat increase. It depends to our hormones, to the hormonal and growth spurts. We have a significant rise. Yes, then we have our peak strength level by the young adults, maximum and explosive strength. And when we're getting older, we are losing a little bit strength. It goes down, and here the older adults, we have maybe, I don't hope so, sarcopenia and so on. Here is the curve. It goes up to 100%. It is a stable situation between 20 and 30 years, and then we have a decrease in the strength across about our lifespan. Yes, the next point I would like to mention are some biomechanical and neurological development across the human lifespan. The biomechanical and neurological facts are influencing the strength development very much. Here you can see the ratio between a young athlete, a child, and an adult person, and you can see there are different ratios about the span of your head and on your arms and on your legs. It's totally different. And this structural and functional adaptations from the childhood to the adult influence the outcome of strength. I don't want to mention all the phases about the bones. I think you know this very well. We have in our stages of the bone development 4 phases, and they are different in all ages. You can see it depends on the development of some biochemical issues. We have the difference between adult and child muscles. We need the high cartilage content. We have flexible and resilient bones. The periosteum is very thick. We have a porous structure, and we have low stiffness and high compliance. And what is very important for us is the length of the bones. Why? The bones are very important in producing the momentum. The momentum about a joint, and when you have longer bones, your momentum is a little bit bigger and greater than when you have a smaller bone. And so force depends on the length of your bones. And so I think you can understand that children with small bones have small strength, and adults with longer bones can have a little bit more strength. I will show it later. That was one of our basic research projects. Here you can see what happens in the year. We have a rapid longitudinal growth. It goes up sometimes to 18 to 25 years, and we have total different bone situation from the adults to the younger ones. So we have always to check what happens with the bone. And your bone length is the momentum how to set up your biological age. We have the combination of muscle and neuromuscular development. I told you before that children muscles show lower strength and power output, and children have a reduced fast twitch fiber recruitment. We have a co-activation of antagonist muscles with and that increases your energy costs. And with age, you can get a hypertrophy, you can get a fiber differentiation and improved coordination. So on this picture you can see that is the comparison of from low to high force, and here is the strength that depends on the velocity. With slow velocity you have higher strength as with fast velocity, and you can see that are the younger one, that are the older one. Yes, another factor here is your percentage or your ratio of your free fat mass and of the fat mass. You can see there is always a the differences start up in puberty, maybe 12, 13, 14 years, about girls and boys. You can see that the unit is kilogram, and here is the percent of your fat rate. And so you can see it increases, and then it could be a little bit stable. It depends on on other factors, nutrition and so on, but this is the clear curve how it should be. Yes, for us in many sport, gait and locomotion, your gait and your running is very important. And here we have in locomotion total differences between younger ones and older ones, between childs and between adults. You can see younger ones, the toddlers, have short steps, a high cadence. Older children have an improved balance. The adolescents, longer strikes, higher efficiency and lower cadence. And the adults have symmetric forces, and they have optimal energy use. And so we have big difference, especially in the basic of our movement. The basic, I call it, is the gait. Yes, give you a short summary of the biomechanical and biological parameters: bone stiffness, muscle fast, neuromuscular control, the gait patterns, I told you before, center of mass, and the fracture patterns. That is not very important for us. That is when you have an accident, but you can see adulthood have very good situations for high performance movements and sport. Yes. Next question is, what is the trainability across the lifespan? What happens here in trainability? Here I have a similar curve, like the curve or the columns about the strength. You can see in the phase of early adults, we have 100% trainability. It increases and it decreases. But from early adults to adults, you can, with a smart training, hold it on 100%. What happens in the trainability? We have our 4 phases. We have in a pre-pubertal phase, high neuronal plasticity. Then it goes to our muscle. We get by early adults a maximum hypertrophy and a good strength potential. And here in adults, we have, I think, a similar situation. And here some practical things, what we can do. I will tell you a little bit later. We can work with our body weight, a little bit resistance training. We have progressive overload training. Early adults, we can use high intensity progressive training. And yes, we can do the same. And that is, I think, what you are always doing when you are a coach. Yes, what are the key research findings about this? Early strength gains in children are primarily neural. Then pubertal hormones appears. And then the resistance training, it should be supervised. Is it safe and effective in use and improves strength? The grip strength and other normative metrics show peak in early adults and decline from midlife, about 40 to 50 years. And across the stages, we need a structured program for resistance training, and this remained the most effective strategy to increase this muscle strength. Yes, you can see we can do it. Yes, we can. We have a lot of studies, a lot of research, which says, yes, we can make strength training all over the lifespan. Not only with adults, with young adults, we can make resistance training with children too. A lot of articles, a lot of research, and they always say, yes, we can. Here we have the curve. It looks like the curve about the strengths. Curve all over the lifespan. Here you can see the trainability. You can see this phase between 20 and 30 years. That is the high peak level of trainability. I give a short summary. We have the dominant adaptation mechanism is neural. Here is neural and hormonal synergy, neural and hypertrophic. And here we have small reduced anabolic hormones, and we have a neural decline. And here our trainability characteristics, high motor plasticity, rapid strength increase, maximum adaptive capacity, and trainability. And yeah, you should do all over the lifetime. Here I would like to give you our research we are doing in the Olympic Training Center about the strength diagnostic in different ages. We have a special device. It's a force chair. On this force chair, we can measure the momentum in, yes, very large muscles. We can measure the force of 26 muscle groups. You can see it starts from knee extension, trunk rotation, and so on. So we have a map from all muscles of the body. And the outcome is strength in Newton. Here some small pictures about different ages on this measurement chair on children with impairments, with young children, with adults, and with a little bit older adults. We can use it very easy. And here you can see the results of the force of all our muscles all over the body, with starting with knee flexion on the right side, on the left side, extension, and so on and so on. You can see it. And here in different colors, you can see our faces. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 areas, not 4. We can have a little bit more areas. And here you can see the young children have here this face, and the adults, 26 to 28, are here. And this is especially from the badminton team, from the German national team in badminton. It's about 20 to 25 athletes. So you can see here what I'm talking before, it increases from young to old, but here I can see the special muscles. But here I think we have the ratios, and this is another situation. I told you the force depends on the muscle sectional area, and it depends on the bone length. And so we started a project that we calculate with different bone lengths and with different muscle sectional areas the force, the internal force. And here you can see that is the same curve like this, but this curve has included biomechanical situations. And now you can see the difference between the different age phases is not so big as when we use always the output on the machine. This is the muscle strength inside, this is the muscle strength outside. Now we reduced the biomechanical influences and we can compare directly. When you can see, there is not so a big increase about here in our lifespan. These are the force inside your body. And you can see younger children has good strength too. That is the phase, yes. Puberty, it goes up, but between the phases is always a small increase of your muscle fibrils. And this we need for our training sessions. This is important. The real muscle strength is important, not the strength which show me the machine. I have to look inside the body, and this is the inside of the strength in the lifespan in our badminton team. It is very easy to use a hand grip dynamometer to estimate the strength. It is not very expensive. Our force chair is very expensive, but this is very cheap and you can use the hand grip as a parameter of the total strength of your body. And when you would like to evaluate your strengths, you can use such a table. There are a lot of tables, and you can see what happens with your athlete. And we have the same situation as in the total body strength, only with the arm muscles reproduce during puberty. We have a peak about 20 to 30 years, and then we have a decline after 40 years. So I think it's very easy, and I sometimes use this device for the diagnostic of the strengths in a very easy manner. Well, I would like to give you a short conclusion and some recommendation for the development of strength ability. I think it's the basis for successful sports performance in the lifespan. Strength development in its monitoring plays an indispensable role in child's maturation process into adulthood in terms of health. It should have a longitudinal tracking. We use competency-based progression. We should implement periodized strength plans, and we always should educate coaches and stakeholders with this situation. And the group of our experts should be very big. Of course, the parents should be included, medical doctors, scientists, the coaches, therapists, and of course, the athlete themselves. These are the experts, and they should all work together. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry not to be in person with you. Yes. And I wish you all the best for the next presentation and a very good Congress in Patiala. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. If I can take 1 minute of yours, like 1 more minute of yours. If anyone of the audience has any questions, we can take 1 or 2 questions due to the time limits. If anyone has any questions, please can come forward and ask the question. Anyone? If you can come slightly forward because that won't have the range. Thank you. Professor, can you hear?
Hello, sir. Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning.
Yeah. So my question is about relative muscle strength. So from the research you have done,
Pardon? What is the question? I didn't hear it very well.
it's about.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, it's about relative muscle strength.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just roughly want to know, based on their body weight, what kind of numbers do you observe for a 19-year-old or 20-year-old badminton players that you have in the research that you have done? Like, is it twice their body weight or 2.5? How many times of body weight?
That is a very good question. Yeah, thank you very much. That is a very good question, and it is not easy to answer. It is important where we have two factors. One factor is the height of your strength, and the other factor is the ratio between the strength of several muscles. For example, what is a good ratio between the extensor and flexor muscles of your leg? We know it. But this is only one ratio between two muscles. And it is very important to have the ratio all over the body. Your muscle is not isolated working. They are all working together. They are working in muscle change. So you need the ratio between the muscle strength of your leg, for example, to your trunk muscles. And the trunk muscle should have a ratio, a good ratio to your shoulder muscle. And your shoulder muscle should have a ratio to your leg. So we are talking about whole body ratios. And these whole body ratios are different in the lifespan. In children, we have other whole body ratios than with 13, 15 years and with adults. They increases and they change. And I'm not sure what are the best values. Because in badminton we have the problem, we have no outcome I can directly measure. For example, when I have the value in javelin throwing, I have one value that is the distance you are throwing your javelin. But in badminton, I have no outcome. Yeah, you understand the problem we have, and I can do no correlation between the ratios and the outcome. I have in badminton no directly outcome. In javelin throw, I can make a correlation between your ratio and your difference you're throwing the javelin. Yeah, but I think we are working on this track, and I think we have some interesting ratios. They are published. It's no secret. We don't have secrets in Germany. And if you like, I can give you some more information about this. Just call me. It's no problem for me to give you some deeper information about this here.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our organizing committee, we extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Sir. Oh, we have one more question for you, Professor, if you are there, please.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello.
Sir, my question is, what is the principle of talent hunting for grassroots? There any specific principle?
Yes. For talent identification, we are using the biological age versus the passport age, we call passport age. That is the age you can see in your passport, but it is very important to know the biological age. Your performance in sports depends on your biological age, not on your passport age. So in children, we have a wide range of different ages. A 7-year-old boy maybe has a biological age of 8 and 9 years. The other boy has a biological age of 6 years. So they're totally different. And so we use in talent identification the biological age. And we can compute it with a special software.
Professor, actually biological age, we can reduce up to the 2 years or 1 year? Because after 7, I think the narrow muscular muscle coordination will be down.
I have some problems to hear because there was bad sound. Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
Sir, the biological age can be reduced up to 1 year or 2 years because I read some book. After 7 years, the coordination of the natural musculation will be down or the decrease. So that it is good for 6 years or the 1 or 2 years.
From my point of view, I would say it's about 3 to 4 years, but it depends on the phase, on the age. For example, when you increase the strength, it is very poor, only a few percent in the age from 18 to 20, but from 10 to 12, you have a bigger range in increasing the strength. It depends on the phase. It depends on the phase you are in, and it depends on the resistance training. We know there are special training programs for younger and for older ones. That is not the same. You can do the same training for all phases. You must be very specialized in the training program, the resistance program. We are starting with body weight and then we increase on the training machines.
Hello, good morning, Professor. This is Professor Ahmad Awad. I'm professor in weightlifting.
Yeah, hello.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for your valuable information which you shared with us now. And we appreciate that because it is already extracted from a real project. This is very good. But what I have now to say, it's not a real question, it's just a comment. What we just heard, guys, it is maybe very correct and accurate information for badminton teams. Maybe it will not be suitable for handball. It will not be the same for weightlifting. So sometimes some information to hear from some discussions, it will be very good for badminton team, for handball, but it will not be the same for other fields, okay? Weightlifting, we will not be able to do the same ethics. When we are going to train the strength development, or we are going to train whatever the type of strength, because we have too much types of strength. We have explosive strength, we have power, we have dynamic maximum strength, we have a static maximum strength. So
it is not mandatory to follow all the ethics if the researchers' results come from other sports. Sometimes it will be different. And thank you for your valuable information. And,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, for adjusting to the last minute delivery
Welcome.
delivery mode and still delivering an exceptionally insightful and evidence-driven keynote. We would have liked you to be felicitated in person, but we couldn't. But thank you so much, Professor, for enriching this platform and all of us with these knowledge pack sessions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much too, and all the best.
Well, we'll move on to the next keynote. I would request my co-host to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Now we are going to the next session. In modern basketball, success at the highest level depends not only the training quality, but on the early and accurate identification of talent, considering physical, technical, tactical, psychological and departmental factors also. Evidence-based talent selection is therefore a critical component of sustainable high-performance basketball systems. We are honored to have with us today Dr. Ninad Tronik, a distinguished professor presently designated as a Dean of Faculty of Physical Education and Management in Sports, Serbia, and respected FIBA Europe lecturer. Beside of FIBA Europe, he was a key lecturer on several international coaching basketball clinics, Italy, Spain, Germany, France, Canada, UAE, etc. Doctor brings extensive expertise in basketball coaching science, talent development pathways, and international education for coaches and practitioners. His work has significantly influenced how talent is recognized, nurtured, and transitioned towards elite performance in basketball. Today, he will address the theme Talent Identification and Selection for Top Basketball Achievements. Please join with us, sir. We are inviting Dr. Ninad Tronik for the upcoming session.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. As I already said, I'm Professor Nenad Tronic. I'm coming from Serbia. In this short speech, I will try to give you some information from my side about talent identification and selection in basketball. I was a basketball player on international level a long time ago, in Jurassic time. And after that, I was also professor and coach of under 16, under 17 Serbian national team, winning some medals with them on European and World Championship. And 2 years ago, I was a member of coaching staff of Serbian senior national team. And so all information which I'm going to present to you, I use in my experience, also internationally being technical director in Iranian Basketball Federation. And I should say that I did good stuff over there because 6 players selected and trained by me from under 16 are now members of the senior national team. And in national team in Serbia, 7 players trained and selected by me are playing in NBA. So this is top level. So just to be short, quick, can we start with presentation? Okay. So before to start, first of all, we should define what is the talent. Because they're talking about talent in sport in general and also in basketball, but we can say the talent, special potential, not ability, to be successful in some activity. In my case, recording. Okay, we can start now. Okay, super. So we can find so many. Can I change? You can see here on the slide so many different definition of the talent. A lot of people are talking about. Sorry, I didn't change it. A lot of people are talking about different influence of psychology, psychological factor, morphological, and so on. So you are already familiar with this for sure. But let's go to see what's happened on the basketball court. If you are looking what's happened on the court, looks like this, you know. But first of all, we as a player, as a coaches, sometimes looks like finding the Neverland because we don't know what's happened on the court. But at the end of the day, we should understand what's happened on the court on the top level to move from the top on the bottom to see how to deal with. Of course, first question or first fact is that not all the players who are at that early age are successful at the top level. So this is something that we should understand, because there are some cases, we are calling that in basketball shouting talents. Some players, Michael Jordan, who was excellent also in under 14, under 16, under 18, but there are also a lot of so-called whispering talents who are coming up after the years of work. Because of that, it's very important that not top performance in youth program is related to the top performance on the senior level. Because usually we are looking for early maturers, for accelerants, and we are deciding that those kids are talented without keeping in mind that some other kids are coming after that, usually late maturers. So this is something that is very important, because biggest mistake at the beginning of talent identification program is to favoring early maturers and to deselect kids who has with potential to be successful at the top level. This is something that we must keep in mind, because of course at the end of the day depends of the coaches, of the federations, of the clubs, because I'm always saying that coaches without education, without knowledge, they cannot find, select and recognize top level players. So that's why in my opinion, conferences like this is very important to share experience between us and to understand what we should look for in the early age. Because at the end of the day, before we were looking just who is talented, but now in modern technology of the sport, in modern scientific approach, we are thinking how to provide conditions to develop from potential to performance. This is something that is must, and this is not sprint, this is marathon run. So it's a process, it's a long process, and we should consider all the facts. Of course, theoretically there are different strategies and different theoretical approach. Some people are saying that talent is innate, so genetically given, and some people are talking about bigger influence of environment. We should put together both, because we cannot say that our mothers and fathers are not important for success in sport, but of course we should say that with appropriate influence of external factor, first of all coaches, environment, facilities and everything, we can create good players. But of course when we are talking in modern sport about environment and facilities, first of all I should say that modern facilities are created for hard work, not for comfort zone, because nothing good is coming out from the comfort zone. Today kids are in comfort zone, coaches too, so it's very important to understand that we should change something. So what we should consider? First of all, biological maturation of the players, not chronological, because some players, as you know, are going to mature later. So late maturers are usually top level players, especially in the sport like basketball, when top performance of the players is coming after age of 20, 22, 24, 26. It's not like swimming, gymnastics and some other sports, then kids can achieve top performance in early age. We are long-term development sport, and we should consider biological maturation, then relative age effect, which is considered to the players who are born in the beginning of the first year. So if
Hello, check, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
in defining long understand profile MVP of the NBA. Why he's best? Why Luka Doncic is best? Why LeBron James, Michael Jordan, top level players are performing well? What they have differently than other players? So create model, profile, and try to see faces to arrive on that profile from the beginning to the end. And then environment. But when I'm saying environment, so first of all, I'm thinking about coaches. Because facilities can be good or bad, but if great potential is surrounded but by good experts, he can achieve potential. Without experts, nothing to do. So don't be confused with facilities. Facilities are important, but not important as players, especially in young age, in youth category. So, of course, before question was how tall is player now, but now question is what is the peak height velocity, trajectory of their growth. This is much more important than actual growth of the player. Then, what's about motor abilities? Coach Felden talked before about strength. Of course, important. Absolute speed, strength, power, everything, explosive power, everything is important. But it's much more important. Motor learning capacity, neuromuscular coordination, how quick they learn, as I said before. Because we had some player, I will tell you my experience, I was player on the top level, international level, I was playing for ex-Yugoslavia national team. I think this is the only team in the history of basketball who never lost official game from under 60 to under 20. So 6 NBA players came out from that team. And I was roommate of Vladet's famous NBA player. Unfortunately, in under 16, he was already smoking too. Next same day, on the friendly game, he scored 12 points by using that move. So quick learner. Other guy who was in the national team, when he used this hook shot after 2 years, all of us put towels in the air after that. And this guy never achieved top level. So I'm just saying that it's very important to understand of how quick they are learning and movement efficiency of the players, if they are learning well or not. So, for example, in basketball per game, 43 out of 48. So don't tell me that today kids are tired. They are not prepared, first of all. So first of all, we should think about it. Then, of course, we should create profile. Who is a model? Starting from Will Chamberlain to Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Nikola Jokic. We should create model of the top level basketball player to understand in which direction our kids should go. Of course, scientifically we should support all the stuff with information from morphological field, psychology, performance, technical and tactical stuff, because we need to have versatile players ready to cover more positions on the floor, not only one position, and of course psychological factor. It's clear. If we are going to make short our approach to talent identification, first of all, let's talk about psychology. This is not my field, but of course in this conference we will have a lot of stuff. Mental toughness. Just think about Novak Djokovic, again, Serbia. He's playing still, 30 best, one of the best athletes in the history of the sport. His mental toughness is his main quality. He's winning tennis player because of that, first of all. Then, learning capacity and coachability. This is something that is very important. Everybody are talking about bodies, about physiology, but what's about work ethic? What's about consistency of motivation of young players? But first of all, coaches too. If coaches are ready to sacrifice for athletes, if they are coming first in the gym and moving last, because sometimes coaches are lazy, and we are talking about talented kids. If you have kids like Ferrari is nothing in the garage. Better bicycle on the street than Ferrari in garage. Same with players. So we should consider also that fact. And of course, tactical intelligence. Compensatory skills if there are not players with great bodies. For example, Nikola Jokic, Serbian guy, double MVP of the NBA. If they choose him according to physical skills, he will never be in NBA. He will never be selected for the top level. But tactically, he's so smart, he's so clever that he's dominating last 5-6 years in NBA. So this is very important. Game IQ, positioning, decision making, and all other stuff. So tactical intelligence in basketball is very important. This is something that we cannot undervalue. We cannot say it's important only body. Especially in my position, I was point guard, this guy who is making a lot of decisions, so I'm short. I did great career, and you can find so many players. Lastly, Steph Curry, one of the best players in light weekend, best shooter in the history. I remember I saw him in 2005 when he played under 20 World Cup in Serbia. He was like kid, 14 years old, but 2,000 shots every day. So it's not only about the body. So we should consider also other stuff and other. So first of all, if you're talking about psychology, I'm not going to steal the place for psychologists who are talking after me. But first of all, consistency of motivation, in strict motivation, inside motivation for kids who are ready to wake up every morning and come on the practice first. This is something that is mandatory for all achievement. If you're talking about organization, we have 3 pillars. Talent ID, first process and development. Tomorrow I will talk about long-term athlete development model. Then training methodology. That's why we are here, to exchange training methodology. What to do in specific age category. Coach Professor Felder already talked a little bit about it. And then management, organization, Institute of Sport, federations, academies, clubs. What to do, who is ready to organize them? Because we should identify talent, but also, of course, provide also optimal environment for them. So, first, selection criteria. Looking to profile, model of top-level basketball players. Then, secondly, select players according to clear criteria. Then, diagnostic procedures, but not every 6 months. Practically, with today technology, with Kinexon, Catapult, with all other softwares, we can check load monitoring every day. We can do load monitoring every day. So this is something that is very important to check. And then, of course, coaching evaluation of players. But first of all, coaching evaluation of themselves. What we can do to be better coaches. How we can improve our coaching performance in order to help our players to become Ferraris from bicycles. This is something that is very important for us. And of course, career for the top level, because again, player development, experts development, organization development is going to create high performance system in every sport. And here we have 3 pillars, as already discussed: talent ID, training technology, sport management. So I'm repeating stuff because I learned from one psychologist that when you are showing some presentation, you have 3 stuff: first information, frequent information, and last information. So first one, frequent one, and last one. It's not that I'm getting older that I'm repeating stuff. Intentionally I'm repeating, so don't think it's that. So talent ID, we have biosocial aspects, physical maturation, genetic predisposition, and other stuff, social environment too. In India, you have big area of improvement in basketball. Biggest country in the world, okay, by population, big people, big kids for sure. So basketball is on the roots. So you should develop system, federation, organization, coaches, league, referees, competition system, everything together. So then when we are talking about development of the players, we have physical development, technical and tactical development, and psychological development. All those development lines are not going on the straight way, not linear. They are going up and down, and they are not fitting together. When physically we are on some good moment, psychologically we are not, for example. So we should fix together, we should combine together different phases in order to arrive on integral performance. As you can see, integral performance is not on the court, especially for young players. Think that young players, top level players in Serbia, we are good in basketball. Young kids, they are practicing, let's say, two hours per day. But what's about other 22 hours? In youth categories, 22 hours outside of the court and influencing on performance more than 2 hours on the court. So we should consider what they are eating, sleeping time, other stuff, environment, referees, family. Always we have triangle: family, coach, athlete, or player in our case. If one of the points of that triangle is not good, nothing to do. So think about that. And new philosophy, not new anymore. 50 years ago, we started with this. It's not that top level basketball players are players who are lifting more bench press, running faster than anybody, scoring better than anybody. No, they are a mix of everything, and they are puzzle, not a single piece. So that's why it's important to understand that even if we have players with not perfect body, if those guys are very good, boys and girls, if they are very good in some ability, never kick them out, never deselect them. Because we should create other abilities around some top potential. So never kick them out. Because it's about puzzle. As you can see on this nice picture, it's puzzle. Not in synthesis of skills, not only one skill. And when we are talking about synthesis of skills, of course, not only basketball coach decide about the future potential and about ability of the players. Must be group of the experts to decide. Group of the experts from different fields, as you can see here. First of all, anthropometrical, morphological factor. Then physical capacities and motor competence of the players. Then technical and tactical intelligence. Basketball coaches are mainly here, not in other fields. Then psychological characteristics. We need psychologists to talk to us, but not psychologists working in hospital. Sport psychologists, specific for team sport, and if possible, specific for basketball, because it's not the same mental approach of individual sports like Novak Djokovic and Nikola Jokic. 2 players, top level athletes, individual sport, team sport, totally different mental approach. So we should understand all the stuff. And then environment and how to develop them. So when we are talking about anthropometric stuff, as I said already, we have non-linear growth trajectory. This is something that is important. What we should test, this is something else. This is about anthropometric factors. Shoulders, hips, feet, everything together. Of course, we cannot find on the street Michael Jordan, but we should select players with more pieces of puzzle related to top level athletes or to top level sport. This is something related to this. Of course, we have some standards, how big they should have, boys and girls in specific age. There are standards depending on countries, but of course we should consider that. Then physical capacities. Which kind? Basketball is interval sport, intermittent sport. We need agility, speed, quickness, a lot of accelerations and a lot of decelerations. And decelerations are more risky for injuries and more demanding for athletes. So we should understand, we should first make analysis of the basketball game, analysis of the top level performance players in order to see in which direction we should develop our players. We cannot just say, you should run quickly, super, great. No, it's not enough. Because at the end of the day, you should play in top level 90 games per year. What's about recovering abilities? What's about body? What's about your habits outside of the court? So we should understand also, for example, for me, one of the very important aspects of talent identification is resistance of injury. Because great player is health player. Cristiano Ronaldo is playing well because he's dealing with his health. His health, almost never he was injured. But there are examples of million players signing contracts for $100 million and sitting on the bench half of the season. So this is very important to understand. So here you can see some basic stuff without money, like Cooper test. So if I'm going back to my generation, in ex-Yugoslavian national team in 1985, so 40 years ago, only 2 players were under 5. And one of those 2 players was Vlade Divac, who achieved more. So you must select well kids, not only for that stuff. So vertical jump, then acceleration ability, sprint, because practically we have, in basketball, our court is 28 meters. We are never arriving on full sprint. We need acceleration and deceleration. Here you can see results of top level player, my teammate, Dino Radja, who was in NBA, 210, big guy, who was running 20 meters less than 3 seconds, who was running 400 meters 55 seconds. This is top athlete, but not only physically, also technically and tactically, that guy was super good. So we should look for synthesis of the skills I just put here to show. Then technical and tactical principles. This is silent separator between top level players and average players. Ability to learn and ability to use skills. If you're talking about technique in every sport is mechanic of some motor movement. Let's say like this, motor ability. But what is tactic? When and how to use technique. So rational use of tactic. I can shoot well, but if I'm shooting half seconds later, they will block me. If I'm shooting from bad selection, I'm not going to be successful. If I'm shooting at the beginning of the offense and my coach prefers to score at the end of the offense because of remaining time, I'm a bad player, even if I'm scoring. So it's about technical and tactical stuff. And of course, in youth program, it's very important to teach all kids to play on all positions. Versatile players, ready to cover more positions. And then, of course, psychology. This is not negotiable factor because they must be mentally tough, but must be. We should create, find potential. If you're talking about intelligence, cognitive part of intelligence, probably simplest definition of intelligence is to adjust yourself to new circumstances, outside of the court and inside the court. So let's start from that. If you're showing to kids some new drill, if they're catching immediately, they are talented. If they're catching after 6 months, they're not talented. So definitely. So I'm not talking about use of science from age of 6, 7. I'm talking about some factors which can be visible also at the early age. And we should look at that. We don't need to undervalue those abilities at the beginning. This is very important. So what they are doing there. Then system, as we discussed. Development, coaches, always my thoughts are going in that direction. And that's why we are here, all of us. Talented coaches. What's mean? Highly educated coaching and flexible coaches who are ready to use skills also from different sports. Also from different sports. Individual team doesn't matter. We should look what successful coaches are doing well. To learn from them, some models from them. So, of course, we should be expert. And in modern technology, I think that, of course, we should use artificial intelligence to create also database and to create to have clear information about the factors. Evidence-based approach must be long-term orientation, Again, it's not sprint. In marathon run, individual approach to the players. Think that in basketball team we have players short like me, short for basketball, 185, and we have players 210. We are not different. We cannot work. We are not same. We are totally different. Physically, technically, tactically, mentally. So we cannot go in the weightlifting room and lift the same weights. We cannot make same sprints on the track and field court because we are different. That's why we should, that work should be individualized. And of course, hard and smart work. It's easier to say than to do, but hard work for sure. Smart work means use holistic approach. We don't need to find cold water. We just need to follow what other experts before us are using and to watch in which direction our sport is going. Please, especially for young coaches and students, don't accept all new stuff. Not all new stuff are good stuff. There are some pillars in training technology made after Second World War still perfect, fitting with everything. So not all modern stuff is good stuff, because it takes time to see if those modern stuff are valuable for our sport. Give them time to see, to check. So again, if you're using evidence-based approach, we are going to accelerate our pathway to high performance. Depends of talent, so we are raising bar for talents because we have clear criteria. Then if we are choosing kids, it's going to build up their confidence when they are between chosen kids. That increase competitive level of them, that increase confidence of them, and of course it's easier for us because we are dealing with Ferrari and Maserati. We are not dealing with bicycle and horses. So we have tests of top level prospect players, so then we can compare new players with models successful in today's basketball. Of course, it takes time, and coach is in the middle of attention. We have a couple of things. I know that in environment, no pure environment as sport in India is, in some point of view, my country too. We as the coaches, we cannot provide in every academy, in every club, 7 players. But that means that we as the coaches, only coach in the team, must be psychologist, driver, strength and conditioning coach, mother, father, everything, which is good for us. Because one day when we are going to work in some high developed system, it will be easier for us. But at the beginning, we should understand everything. So practically, we should think about long-term approach, evidence-based practice, smart hard work, follow innovation, and independence. Again, for students, everything what we are saying to you today, think over. You should create critical thinking about stuff. You don't need to accept immediately what we say. Think what you can use in your environment. Don't accept it immediately that some professors of some university are saying. No. Think over, understand, take something. If you take 2 things from this session, this is successful conference. And day by day, you will build your coaching competence. So this is very important. And I'm going to close almost, I'm trying to be quick because time is short. So systematic talent ID, professional guidance, top level athletes, in order to have clear road from the grassroots to the top level players, integration of sport science, but practical integration of sport science. Being in laboratory talking about sport is one piece of big mosaic. Doing on the court is totally different. Doing on the court in India, Serbia, England, Italy, totally different because different mentality, different cultural background, everything is different. This is mental flexibility, and this is smart, intelligent work of the coaches. So think about it. And of course, from philosophy to practice, we should complete testing protocols for all sports. If we are going deeper in basketball, different positions. In basketball, we have 5 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, point guard, shooting guard, forward, small forward, and pivot or center. Different protocols for different positions. Physical, technical, tactical, psychological, because we are not the same, altogether is same, and dynamic selection matrix. So here I just put some core of the testing protocol for basketball. Of course, we have so many stuff, but we should define priorities according to top level players' performance. What we need. Of course, endurance is important for basketball, like for every sport. But this is not main factor for basketball because basketball is anaerobic sport. So we need aerobic endurance for recovering from anaerobic activities. But it's not priority. Our priority is speed, agility, quickness. So we should understand that. So also creating test battle. And another very important aspect of talent identification is to create clear criteria about importance of some selection factors. As you can see here, tactical intelligence, highly important factor, priority, learning capacity and coachability, high important factor, psychological stuff, highly important. So, as you can see, so we should understand, we should create priorities in selection. One, two, three. So, I should keep pressing. One, two, three. Okay, so it's important for national team, as you can see here, development over medals, so long-term inclusion, not exclusion. This is very important because sometimes with old approach when we are saying this guy is talented, that means other kids are not talented, kick them out. No, don't do it because there are some late maturers who are coming later. Reselection, deselection. So I will tell you, story Serbia national team, I had one guy under 16, tactically nothing, so not so skilled well at the beginning. But when we did this T in basketball, we are doing T tests like running forward, defensive slide, and running backward. He was fast running backwards in 5.5 of the team running forwards. So Ferrari. I took him after 3 years. He was drafted in NBA. Now he's playing EuroLeague because that was his main quality. Very quick, very great coordination. So never deselect players who are bad for good in some special for basketball important activities. And of course, you can create your internal rules. What to do in the national team. So priority skills, prioritize skills, versatility, use game-based evaluation, protect late maturers, provide continuous feedback to the players, and emphasize ethical responsibility. Because selecting players or saying to some kids that they are talented can destroy families too. Because families are going around, they will say this guy, boy or girl is Ferrari, let's move in some city. This is something that is killing families and also mentality of the kids if they are not going to achieve top performance. So here you can see what to avoid, totally different from other stuff. And of course, new stuff. Okay, traditional scouting was based on one expert who were watching once or twice, but modern approach is looking for tendencies. How to develop, long way. So to project performance development, not actual performance. This is something that we should think about. And of course, ethical stuff. I already mentioned one part of the ethical stuff. Be careful when you are saying to someone that is talented or not talented. So it takes time. Say something that there are some signs, but never take them and say you are diamond, and to other kids you should be kicked out. This is totally wrong approach, and this is something that we should destroy. And don't scare from AI, because artificial intelligence can help to us to work faster, to define with factor analysis importance factor of the player's development and talent identification, but artificial intelligence will never replace human factor, because human factor is going to put together everything. Synthesis of the skills. Nobody can replace coach on the practice. So be sure on that. That's why we are here. That's why we are not in information technology course. Here we are because we believe that we are going to be good also in that part of the job. So ethical responsibility, as already said, to always respect personality of the kids, to support dual careers, They cannot be probably after the end of career, I was top level athlete and I was best student in school, university. It's possible. I'm always saying to young players, you have three priorities when you are young. School, practice, girls. That's all. You can combine everything. Of this, we can use this approach of free time, 8 hours. 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours school, and 8 hours dedicated to basketball. Not practicing 8 hours, but coming on the court, seeing the games, looking the games, physio treatments and all stuff like that. And of course, never put some etiquettes on the players, never say you are super, you are diamond, or you are trash. Never ever. Because when we never know when somebody from low level is going to grow up. So always try to think in that way. So shift from selection to development, understand non-linear progression, prioritize coaching education, as we are doing here, access in context, this is very important, and protect the lay developer. This is something that is must for us. So at the end of the day is not prediction, talent identification is not a prediction, is to think how to develop. We are trying to organize systems which are going to product top level senior players. This is goal for country, for federation, and for all of us here. Youth program is important like part of the development, not as a main goal for them. Because at the end of the day, we should do like this, because hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So sometimes you can find extremely interesting kids, but if they are not hard worker, nothing to do, they can do something else, but not being successful in sport, because sport is competition, sport is battle every day, first of all with your ego and then with other enemies outside of you. So think about those stuff, because our goal or objective of the knowledge is to reduce possibility to make mistakes. Nobody of us, if we are putting all our knowledge together just from this hall here, we are not sure that we can create Olympic winner. But to minimize possibility to make mistake, definitely yes, because we use knowledge in that direction, to minimize possibility to make mistakes. Of course, here you can find some interesting book about that. And at the end, especially in Scandinavian countries, people are saying that this is beauty. I don't like it, but okay. Everybody can see it. Everybody can see it, but only top level people can see what's happened under. Even captain of Titanic, he didn't see what's happened under, So this is important to understand. Just to finish in beauty, so best view comes after the hardest climb. So long process, this is important for us, for all of us, and we should react. We then cannot be dinosaurs, we should develop our abilities. As a coaches, act, plan, try, and review again, and to understand that effective coaching is art of translating our competencies to the players' competence. Because all of us, some professors are jumping in the trap that they have knowledge, but we have two types of knowledge. Knowledge to know and knowledge to share. This is totally different. So if I'm coming in some country, I should understand first of all which type of country is culture, cultural background, kids, families, parents, individualized work with approach with different kids. So we should translate that stuff, and as I said before, our main goal is talent idea selection, is to create environment when talented kids can arrive to the performance. So senior level players. So you can find some references, probably I'm a little bit out of time, but it's very, very wide topic. So thank you very much for your time. And I hope you enjoy. If you have some questions, I'm here.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'll quickly turn to the audience. If they have any questions, we can just take quickly 2 questions. Thank you.
I would
Please,
say in the
if you can
meantime that,
provide
of
mic.
course, for all students, especially my email is my name and family name, Nena Trunic, together, gmail.com. If you want to send any question, I will try to answer, of course.
Oh, we have the question over there first.
I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Sir, do you have any norms for your battery test?
Notes about?
Battery test, core battery test, you have mentioned.
I have not here, but send me an email, I will share with you. Test battery for basketball players. I have not here in this presentation, but if you're coming tomorrow on my presentation, I will give you something. Okay?
Then my next question is, how you prepare that norms?
So we are preparing according to the top level performance. There is only one slide here on this presentation, what we need for basketball. Because test battery for basketball player is not same like for handball player, especially because we have different positions. So we have something and I have something I will share with you. Now talking just about that is too much scientific. I wanted just to open some window, but I prepared something also for myself, for Serbian Federation, I will share with you.
Sir, when you are identifying a talent of age group of 7 to 10 years age, then you have fixed some norms for that age group. And how you prepare that norms? I want to know that.
Okay, first of all, at the beginning, as I said before, when they are kids, 7, 8, 9 till 12, we are looking more for technical and tactical stuff. As I said, how quick they learn, how well they imitate shown move, and how quick they are implementing technical stuff in the game context. Small side games to check if they are talented. Also, through the games, because this is so-called fundamental phase of development, we are watching how they behave. For example, we are using games to see psychological factor. If you have talented kid, I'm putting intentionally talented kid in the worst group to lose some game and to see how that kid is going to react when lose. If he's going to kick in butt his colleague, or if he's going to support and say, let's go. After 12, I'm creating testing battery, and of course, category by category. So 12, 14, 16, we are adding something physically, technically, and psychologically, because when you're going on the top, okay, criteria are going to be more and more, and selection criteria are stronger and stronger. Okay?
Thank
you.
This is Dr. Stalin, National Chief Tennis Coach. Congratulations. You did a beautiful presentation, and thanks for the latest information also. During your presentation on mental stability, though there are many sports there, you mentioned tennis. And for mental toughness, you mentioned Novak Djokovic. What's the specific reason for that? Because your presentation is exclusively on basketball. But when you are giving the example on mental stability, you mentioned tennis. And when you are talking about mental toughness, you mentioned Novak Djokovic.
Yes.
What's the special reason or specific reason mentioning the tennis and the tennis player?
Okay, I will try to be simple, to keep it simple, not from scientific point of view. I was lucky to have some personal experience with Novak. I will tell you shortly, because we are out of time, 3 stories. One story, 6, 7 years ago, he just lost one tournament in Paris before the Master. And I met him in the tennis court of my friend. So he didn't know me, of course, who I am for him. I'm some professor, basketball coach. He's top level player. So seems that I'm lighting batteries. So he presented me to Novak Djokovic. After 2 minutes, best player in the world that time, he asked me, Professor, are you watching my matches? I said, yes, of course. And he asked me, did you see something from basketball point of view which can be useful in tennis? So he's asking, always open for something. I say, yes, I'm seeing because you have a lot of lateral moves, and I'm asking myself, when you are going to move some laterally on some side, why you are moving always with cross step instead to move first with parallel step? Because if you are moving with cross step with racket, you are not taking so much space. If your first step is lateral, I'm going to cover more space. He was putting on the paper something, and next time when I met him, he said, I use this. One example. Second example, when he won, unfortunately, he just lost Australian Open a week ago, but he's 38. When he won Australian Open, I don't remember which year it was, Year ago, he changed his diet. And his physiotherapist told me that story. Mental toughness. He didn't eat chocolate for 2 years. After winning Australian Open, in the locker room, he said he asked his physiotherapist to take some chocolate. By the way, 24 hours before, he was 11 hours on the court, playing under 35 degrees, and he's supposed to eat this TV, no problem for him. So what's happened? When physiotherapists bring to him chocolate, he say, I don't want to touch, because probably one of the reasons why I'm top one is because I didn't eat chocolate. This is one piece of puzzle. So this is about his mental toughness. To explain more, no, but definitely, as you know, because you're from tennis, he's one of the mental abilities which he has on the top level, ladies are psychologists, they know better than me, is resilience. How to come over unsuccessful moves. How to overcome 4-0 of opponent player to move. This is something that is given. I should say that he started from very low level, no comfort zone, no money, bad facility, everything on the low level. And he beat some players, Andy Murray, Roger Federer, who are from comfort zone. So probably mental toughness is not coming from comfort zone.
So kind of you. Thank you very much for giving very good 2 examples. God bless you.
I think that examples are speaking more than psychological tests sometimes.
Thank you so
That we
much.
should
Thank
put together. Thank you.
Professor, here. Professor here.
Ah,
Yeah. So my question is very simple. As you mentioned that psychological perspectives and biological age is very important for selection. So for a long-term longitudinal selection process, it is fine. We know there are certain processes. But when you are going for initial screening, so how you will take the test through the psychological perspective and how you detect the biological maturity or biological age?
Okay.
At initial level.
Yes, initially.
Since I'm adding more that India is a very large country and we have enough potential, but while and there is a wide diversity. So in that sense, how we can initial screen that potential?
Ask experts, doctors who are coming to see physiologically how kids they are, because not all the coaches can recognize physiologically good players, because usually coaches are looking for early maturers. So as doctors, and as I show here in some slides, there are some standards. For example, for basketball, how big they should be for specific position in specific age. This is only one parameter. Then constitution, ectomorph, mesomorph, and different type of body. So we are checking together with doctors, not only me. So absolutely yes. Initially you can have some signs, but again, we are not going to kick out kids who are not on that level. If every time, as I mentioned 2 times, this is something that I should repeat, if our kids are with some special potential in some part of the game, body, psychology, shooting, passing, whatever, we cannot kick them out. So then we should build around that main quality other qualities to support main quality. Because we would like to have all Michael Jordans in the team, but we should have also best defender in the team. We should have best player in the team, best bench player in the team, backup player. So we have some signs, early indicators of talent. Definitely we are choosing them, but if those early indicators are bad in some other stuff, we should also, for example, great body, usually, great body, but mouth, brain, as we are saying by joke. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. So there are early indicators physically and psychologically, as I mentioned before, games, through the games, check the players, and also call some expert psychologists to help you how to understand behavior of the kids at the beginning. But not in the context on one practice, like tendencies. Families and tendencies on the practice every day, not one practice. Because they can be in under 12 when they are growing up, growing period when they are crazy, boys and girls, bad hormonal status, they are also crazy, so we cannot kick them out. But there are early indicators, and we should talk with experts and to make final decision based on synthetic opinion of all people. not only me as a coach, I know everything, I'm deciding. This is totally wrong. Because who I am to decide about the future of one kid and his family? Nobody of us. So try to put together, and there are some early indicators of the talent, and there are some indicators who are coming later in the late part of that. But it's possible to make some, let's call it first filter of selection, even in the age of 7.
Thank you.
So I'm saying that just to finish, I know that I'm out of time, but to finish, that all those stuff which I present to you in this general way, I used with Serbian national team, with Iranian national team. And I should say that it works. At the end of the day, it can be scientifically super positive, but if it's not working on the court, nothing to do. So try to always to challenge theory with practical activity with theory. Because as Leonardo da Vinci said, theory without practical activity is like having ship on the sea without command. We never know when we are going to arrive. So theory is giving to us direction, then we have practical activity to check, and then we are coming back to theory to see how to improve. So if I can conclude like this, I hope you are satisfied with my answer.
Thank you, Professor. We just have one last question here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor. This question is not from technical point of view. This question is from, I'm an administrator, so from administrative point of view. When the process starts from identifying talent, then developing them, and then bringing them to elite level, set of coaches and support staff is different at each level.
Yes.
So the problem is in the paradigm of the coaches and staff that is at the different levels. So how do you address this problem in your country?
Looks like mission impossible, but if you're talking about serious academies, serious club or federations or Olympic Committee of one country, is possible. Because we should select criteria. So selection criteria, I should say that we cannot miss 4 fields. Anthropometrical factors, as you ask, or morphology first, physical or motor ability, potential, but for basketball, on for specific position, then technical and tactical aspect, and psychological aspect. So we must have clear criteria from all 4 fields, and then try to follow. Because at the end of the day, different coaches, but we should have plan. Every plan is better than be without. Even wrong plan is better to have. So clear criteria in academies, club are only answer on your question. Of course, people are changing. Unfortunately, presidents of the club or federation, they are not patient. They are changing coaches like nothing, because in basketball teams, it's easier to change one coach than 12 players, of course. So we are nothing as a coaches. But if we are giving clear program, plan with clear criteria, this is something that hopefully they will follow up this. And to have everything clear on the paper, of course, to review, to adjust, because also profile of the player is changeable. Top level player 20 years ago is not going to be same player like for 20 years. So we should adjust, but we should have strategy. Strategy, so at the end of the day, it's organization. And what is organization? Rules. Clear rules and clear criteria.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One more?
Sir, height is the key performance indicator in basketball,
Okay.
right? And how do you predict height when the kid is 8-year-old? So there is one equation that is in the presentation. Mid-parental
There are
height.
so many,
Yes, yes.
so many types to see. But for example, simplest way and cheapest is X-ray of the left hand.
Yes.
With X-ray of the left hand, you can
Yeah.
predict with 2-3 centimeters maximal height of the kids, or percentage of the maximal height in specific age when you make test. Of course, there are hormonal analysis, there are muscular analysis, there are blood analysis that take money. But there are some indicators, and I'm asking you, if one player is 193 or 195, for me it's not so important. For me, it's much more important mental health. It's important, cannot be 165, for sure. But you can find in theory of sport training so many ways to predict the future. But first, simplest, look for mothers.
So the
if you're
question
talking
is
about the boys.
more about the science part. So the equations Or the James Tanner research you were saying about the left hand, X-ray that we can take. Did you have a team specialized who were researching in these areas? Because the guys the research was done in different countries, not in these countries.
You can find in theory of sport training and scientific articles a lot of stuff. But first selection, if you're looking for body, for boys, look for mothers, for girls, look for fathers. Start from this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you again to all of you. I hope you find some useful stuff. Thank you.
Professor, if we can just stay for 2 minutes more. Professor, we are truly honored by your presence and grateful for the knowledge you have shared with us today. As a mark of our respect and appreciation, we now take great pleasure in felicitating Professor Dr. Ninatunik. I would request our respected Executive Director, Regional Center, Sports Authority of India, Sonipat Ritupatik ma'am, to please come forward and felicitate our esteemed speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Also, we just came to know that it's his birthday as well today. So, a very happy birthday, Professor. We'll definitely have the treat in the evening. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I'll request my co-host to go on with the next keynote, please.
After a long session, now we are going to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Martin Thoms. Today's session focus on a question that sits at the heart of the modern athlete development. How do we prepare athletes not just to succeed early, but to excel at the elite level for the long term? To guide us through this discussion, we are privileged to welcome our speaker, Dr. Martin Thoms, Associate Professor of Global Sports Education and Coaching, Birmingham, UK, a globally respected scholar in talent development, youth sport, and the athlete pathways, and a leading voice in the sampling versus early specialization debates. His work's been related to the elite sport ecosystem, coaching education, and the long-term athlete development, with extensive international engagement, including the sustained collaboration with the Indian High Performance Sport and Policy Frameworks. The topic, importance of multi-sport sampling in elite sports performance. It challenges traditional early specialization models and invites us to rethink how skills, creativity, resilience, and adaptability are developed in athletes. We are welcoming you, sir, for the session.
Can I just check people can hear me at the back? Are we all good? Wonderful, thank you. First of all, just to say thank you for the invitation to come and speak. I am a big friend of NSNIS, and I do spend a fair amount of time here, I'm very pleased to say. And I'm very, very lucky to not only have a background and experience in sports, youth sport and talent, but actually to be an OCI and have India as my second home and NSNIS as my second home in my second home. So I'm delighted to be here. I'm here talking about some research that we've been doing with Inspire Institute, profiling elite students that they have. And I'm going to move on a little bit from what Nenad was talking about earlier and look at some of the socio-cultural contexts that I think are missing often in talent development models and things that we need to think about. However, the first thing I want to talk about is community. And I know there are at least a dozen people in this room who will look at these photographs and identify themselves. And I also highlight my good colleague, Mina Dingler, who's also sitting over here and will be presenting later, and the work that we put together on a book around sports science in India. And again, how important it is that we raise the profile of sports science within coaching and within talent identification as well. I am from the University of Birmingham in the UK. We are very lucky. We have just celebrated our 125th anniversary last year. We hosted the Commonwealth Games in 2022, and I was fortunate to watch every single India team hockey match. And this year is our 80th anniversary in delivering physical education and sports science. So we have a huge wealth of research, background, and everything regards to that. It's also worth pointing out that in the QS rankings, the university is ranked 76th, and we as a department are ranked 8th in the world. We've also just had the Time magazine, which has done a university ranking, and we're 62nd, so league tables are league tables, whatever you want to read into them. I'm also fortunate that I've been able to work with Inspire Institute, for those of you that are aware of it. Obviously, it is a centre of excellence and high performance, and I've been really lucky to work with people over there who have helped gather the empirical data that I want to show to you today. And in particular, I want our trainees at the back of the room to really think and reflect about themselves. And I'd like everybody else in here to do similar. And then I was saying earlier on about this whole importance about specialising late when it comes to elite performance. And I could not agree with that more. And the overwhelming evidence that exists in research suggests that the later you specialise, the more likely you are to succeed at elite level. So there are some major conversations that we need to have and major considerations that any model needs to have around that. You may have noticed that as I got into the stage that I'm walking with a slight limp at the moment. I had major knee surgery last summer, and I was very fortunate to be able to sit back, relax, and watch all of the World Athletics Championship in 2025 from Tokyo. One of the things that sprang to mind in that was actually the javelin result, not for where Neeraj ended up, but actually for something that was said. Half of these athletes who made it to the final were talent identified from another sport. Does anybody know which one? And this is really crucial. This is about skill and talent transfer. And we must not forget about how important that is. Cricket. Half of the finalists in the World Championship Athletics Javelin were talent identified on a cricket pitch. Think about that not just in terms of the physiology and the biomechanics, but also the opportunity. You do not have to specialise early in order to become a gold medalist. So there are some things to think about within this. And as a former professional cricket coach, I have to get cricket into my talk somehow. So that was an indirect way of doing so. We have the context of talent ID, and there is an awful lot being done, particularly in Europe and USA and Canada, around how talent can be identified. The list of references that Nad showed up as well are really key in this whole process. It has been clear for a long period of time that talent identification is not just about your biological and psychological, but actually also the social. The context and the environment is actually probably more important than anything else, because that, if you like, is our own grassroots. Where we're brought up, the context we're brought up in, is actually central to our development and, more importantly, our opportunity. And there is plenty of work that's been done around that. And it's becoming clear in talent systems around the world, and particularly now in the UK, about how that works. And I will just say about the UK very briefly. Imagine the state of Gujarat coming third in the Olympic medals table. That is what we have achieved in the UK. Team GB has not just been built around sports science, but it's been built around a huge amount of our young people, our young athletes, sampling multiple sports. And that, I think, is really, really key to this. We're also beginning to understand that there are particular sports you should play if you want to become an elite performer. I've been fortunate to work for the PGA and do a lot of work around golf, and we know exactly what other sports you should be playing if you want to make it on tour. And it's not just golf. So think about the physiological, the biomechanical that goes with that at the same time. What the study I'm going to present to you begins to explore some of these factors. And look at this whole idea about how we can understand our own athletes, particularly our own Indian athletes, in a way that will be really useful for them and useful for us as stakeholders, as coaches, as sports scientists, to better understand part of that journey and what happens within that. And this is also about the community. It's the importance of not just data, but opportunity and being able to work with a subculture of sport and performance. What we do know, and what the research, particularly by people like Jean Coté, is the importance of informal play. The importance of not what you do on the pitch, not what you do in training, but what you do in your own spare time when you were growing up. All the basic skills that can be our ABCs, ability, balance and coordination. And there are some quite important things that come with that. We also are aware that actually early engagement's good. So beginning to play a sport at a young age amongst a diet of other sports is healthy. But more importantly, the research evidence is overwhelming. Late specialization is much better for elite performance. And then I was saying earlier on about this whole idea that junior elite performers very rarely make it to senior level as elite performers. And that is clear and evident. And we think we've got a good idea why now. The overwhelming evidence around play is that it's not just about learning skills. It's actually also about having fun. So burnout is a major factor for people who only play one sport. The analogy I always use here is imagine having to go to school and just study one subject for the entire time you're at school. Wouldn't you be sick of it after a while? a healthy diet of activities that actually are donor sports to your main sport is a much better way of doing it. We know that this idea about early engagement is not a negative thing, and it can be useful if it is done very carefully, if you can create a diet of sports and activities. And we also know that actually if you specialise in your mid to late teens and sample for longer, you are more likely to make it as an elite performer. The evidence and the research that's being done on that is absolutely overwhelming. So we need to think and train. Any talent model that's going to be created in India has got to be about not just lifelong performance or lifelong opportunity, but ensuring that the sports that are played are done very, very carefully and appropriately, and it's not just specialisation in one. Even the IOC say this. Encourage children to participate in a variety of different unstructured and structured age-appropriate sport-related activities and settings to develop a wide range of athletic and social skills. A wide range of athletic and social skills. Those are the key. And if we're going to look at talent identification and talent development. And I think that is really, really important, because we're not just looking at elite performers, we're looking at lifelong performers. Okay, so what do we know then? What are the key socio-cultural factors that impact elite Indian athletes' development? And this has come from our study of Inspire athletes. I will say these are in no particular order beyond almost like chronological age, if you like. Birth order. If you have older siblings, in fact, I don't know, are any of our trainees the oldest in the family with siblings? Okay, we've got one or two hands up. You're actually better off being second or third born if you want to become an elite athlete. Which then you've got to think then about what that does for your talent identification system and process. How much do you know the person rather than the body that you're coaching? Secondly, relative age effect. I've mentioned that earlier on. It's far more prevalent in the UK, Europe, USA, Australia than it is here, because I understand that there are more complexities between states and between federations. But basically, the earlier you're born in the selection year, the better chance you've got of succeeding, because you are going to be physically bigger than somebody who was born 364 days later in the year. So we have a bias. That is also a problem, because coaches will often pick the bigger kids who are more developed. So this idea about having non-linear development becomes really, really important. Play activities. I'm going to talk about those in a little bit more. The impact of diet. I spoke about this at the conference last year in Goa. And what is fascinating is obviously the impact of veg versus non-veg diet on athletes. And the majority of Indian athletes at Inspire are non-veg. And there are clear implications of that. Resilience, we heard a little bit about resilience. Life experience gets in the way. A colleague of mine, Dave Collins, a psychologist, often says that talent needs trauma. And that is very true, because if you can overcome resilience, you have a better psychological coping skills. And again, what we found with these athletes at Inspire is that the majority of them had faced problems over time, and their resilience was far, far better than those that didn't. Those that had it on a plate, if you like. Sampling sports. I've mentioned this already. The importance of a broad range of activities that can build into one final activity. is really, really key, and I'm going to give an example of that a little bit later on. Family support, you can't do anything without family support. That may not just be financial, it may also be social, it may be practical. But our family needs to be a part of this. And then lastly, where you live. Bearing in mind the size of India, the population, the location of population, it is fascinating to see how the map, if you like, of talent actually exists. What I'm going to talk about today are the two in red, the idea about play and the idea about sampling and talent transfer. Okay, so the study that we did at Inspire took interviews basically from 339 elite athletes, and this is something that I would like to do across India to get a much bigger and better picture. We looked at key bits of information about their upbringing, their background, their birth order. I haven't got it in this presentation, but I can go through all of that data if anybody is interested in the future. And we looked at it thematically. So we identified all of the data and everything that's coming through, and we explored it thematically. The important thing is this is empirical, it is evidence-based from India. What we should not be doing in this country, or any country, is taking a model from another country and hoping or praying that it applies in a different culture and context. That really would be a race to the bottom. So we've got to be evidence-based in everything that we do. And here we have a heat map of talent from Inspire. This is where the elite athletes at Inspire have come from. What I think is key is obviously how important the Northwest is as part of this. It also highlights a number of areas where talent hasn't been identified. I bet you anything, there is a huge amount of talent there. We've just got to find ways of being able to get opportunity for those kids, to give them a chance for their talent to shine. More interesting than that, though, are the sports. So you can see pockets of elite participation across different sports in different areas. I'm sure none of this is a surprise to anybody in this room. But what we have is actual evidence rather than anecdote. And I think that's really important when we begin to look at the importance not just of a strategy that is for the country, but actually each federation needs its own slightly different strategy based upon where this talent's coming from. And there is much, much more to explore. We're barely touching the surface of this data at the moment. Okay, so let's come back to play. Play is really important. Before anybody gets onto a pitch, onto a court, into a dojo, anywhere else, the importance of actually learning to run, jump, skip, climb, the importance of understanding balance, agility, coordination is absolutely crucial for young people. And actually one thing that we're doing far more in the UK is we're moving away from coaching particular sports to coaching particular skills. And then as these young people get better and older, they can then choose the sport they play. So we coach the skill more than we coach the sport now. We coach the person first, the skill second, and the sport last. Because that is clearly a way that is effective and efficient for us. And there's plenty of research around this, but we do need to highlight and note, obviously, with the... What was the most common informal play activity reported during childhood by those elite athletes at Inspire? And it'll be interesting from the trainees here to see how they fit this. What I'm interested in is not just the opportunities that these kids have had as they were growing up, but actually when you look at it and you think about it from a physiological, biomechanical, resilience, psychological perspective, look at the transferable skills. Think about how you can bring those skills across from one sport to the other. You do not need to teach them twice. So actually this idea about sampling activity and sampling sports that are appropriate that will help you build skills for another sport becomes really, really important. I do have to say though, I don't know if you have any wrestlers in here, but playing marbles is quite an interesting one. I hadn't expected that from the data, but that's what data tells you. What do we find for the play activities then? Well, interestingly, the judokas played the most. They were the most active, doing many, many different activities and skills. And even more interesting, footballers did the least. Now, whether that is culturally to do with the nature of the sport, and we know we have that problem within football academies in the UK, that they only ever play sport, they only ever play football, and they therefore become more prone to injury, burnout, etc., because they just do that one sport. But the judokas, in thinking about the success of your athletes in India, it is an interesting perspective. How much are your medalists actually former all-rounders? And do we know that? What can we take from that? And what can we put back into a system that doesn't therefore promote early specialisation? We also asked about what sports they played either at school or community level. And again, so we've got play, we've got school level, so this is represented at school. What I absolutely love about this slide is the influence of Kho-Kho and Kabaddi and the skills that are transferable from both of those activities. So actually you have an element of community sport within this that is actually a really, really useful way that you can pick up on and talent identify across and between, because there should be no reason why anybody who does athletics couldn't also become a volleyball player, and vice versa. This is not a competition between sports. It doesn't matter what gold medal that sport is won in, the absolute key thing is the gold medal is won. And that's what we've got to think for our talent systems and what we're doing. We also asked about other representation. And I talk about this idea about playing lots of sports and being good all-rounders. The reason that we are so good at sport in the UK when it comes to the Olympic Games and we've been so successful is because of two things, well, probably more than two things to be honest. One is our summer-winter seasons and the weather. At the moment, I have to say I am delighted to be here because this is the first time I've seen sunshine in 2 months. It's been raining constantly back in the UK. So our season, our summer-winter seasons are good. We are forced to play multiple sports. If you look at this from an India perspective, then our athletes have represented their team, their state or their district in more sports than anybody else, quickly followed by the boxers and judokas. Again, think about the success of these athletes. We've got wrestlers and swimmers doing fewer, and then our good old footballers apparently doing the least. So is that again the culture of football where all you do is play football at risk of injury because of the risk you might have to your potential earnings and career? So there's lots of context that we need to think about here. We need to think about the geographical, the cultural, the age context. We need to put nuances within this. This is a non-linear process after all. Okay, how can we use multi-sport to enhance performance? I'm going to use one example. We've got another tennis example here. I'm going to use one example here. And that is Emma Raducanu, who came from pretty much nowhere to win the US Open. And is now back, hopefully, back on a winning streak. But Emma Raducanu did not just play tennis when she was growing up. She was really fortunate to have the financial backing and support of parents who worked well off. So this is an extreme example, if you like. But the other sports and activities that she also did, played golf, ballet, horse riding, skiing, basketball, tennis, motocross and go-karting. She actually did a number of activities that, if you break them down, helped her tennis. If she hadn't been a top tennis player, she could easily become a Category 1 golfer, played high-level basketball, but she just happened to choose tennis. We're always thinking about the end product and not the journey to get there. But this is the important thing about multi-sport and what we can do for that. How can we turn grassroots into greatness then? Well, integrate more, come and play, as they do here. Give kids the opportunity to play and experience and engage with as many sports or activities as possible until they're teens. The evidence behind that is unequivocal. The more sports you play, the more likely you are to make it as an elite performer. If you specialise in your mid to late teens. Think about this background. You are coaching people, not just bodies. Think about these athletes' backgrounds. Think about the opportunities that they have had or not had, or the opportunities you could put in place. And think about each sport in each state. We need models of development for each federation, each sport, in each state or cluster of states, because there are different things that people will be faced with in a different way. Please do not use a model like we have in the UK or anything like that for a tiny population and expect it to cover all of India. Look at informal opportunity here, what's being done here, with more play areas being created. We cannot underestimate play as an activity. Unfortunately, most young people, as we are addicted to phones. So play, as we may have experienced it when we were younger, is a very, very different thing. Ability, balance and coordination is getting worse because of the impact of mobile phones. Think about multi-sport opportunities. Are there ways that federations, organisations can work together? Create partnerships. Think about this idea about donor sports. So if you want to become a good golfer, you should also be playing tennis or table tennis or badminton, probably a little bit of football, but also more importantly, snooker or pool. Because snooker and pool gives you the knowledge and understanding of how to weight a ball when you're putting on a green. So it's the understanding of the mechanics of that. You don't teach it in a classroom, you learn it by doing it. And if you're already good at snooker and pool before you start playing golf, you're laughing. Yeah, think about this whole idea about biopsychosocial. Our model that it created has to be all-encompassing. It's got to be holistic, otherwise it will not work. And that's why I say think about the geography, the state, the location and the sport, because that is really, really important for this. Okay, just to wrap up, as I know we are running through on time. Please, please, please understand the developmental context of the athletes that you're coaching, or the athletes that you are dealing with when it comes to sports science support, anything like that. They are people, not just bodies. Think about this idea about identifying patterns. More importantly, think about the identifying patterns when it comes to particular sports that will act as donor sports. Think about how that's going to affect strategy, policy, and also think about it in terms of nurturing talent, not just in one sport, but in a collection of sports. It is very easy for us to be siloed, identify a talented performer and want to keep hold of them for our sport and our benefit, when actually we may find they will be better at another sport and more elite in that activity. We've got to think really, really carefully how we deal with this. It's an ethical dilemma. Make sure we've got lots of informal play opportunities. Play underpins everything else that we do when it comes to sport. And most importantly, we need research. We need any model, anything that is created for India to be based upon the evidence base from India. Okay, that is absolutely crucial. That's a call to all of my sports science colleagues, everybody else here. It is really, really important that we get this right for India, not transplant a model from somewhere else. Okay, so we need an evidence base for this, and we need to think about where we can do further research to better understand it. This is not about a one-size-fits-all model. This is about evidence. This is about empirical data. This is about research. This is about more PhDs, more funded research to actually go on and help identify these athletes and come up with a model that is going to be appropriate for the Indian context. That might be the developmental model of sports participation. It might be the biopsychosocial model. It might be the long-term athlete development model. It might be all of those put together for an Indian context. And that is a crucial thing to consider. And I'd like to finish with one point here, especially for the trainees. Our role as people involved in sport, in coaching and sports science, is to support and develop every single young person. Not many of them will become elite, but if we give them a positive experience of sport, they can all become a key part of the Indian sporting ecosystem. We have a legacy to leave. That is our role, that is our job on this planet. That's why God sent us here. So let's make that difference for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. I would quickly turn up to the audience if you have any questions, please. We'll take quick 2 questions and then we'll move on to the next session.
Very good afternoon, Professor. This side. You have shown us the example of Radhakanu, but the kind of games that she picked up, especially motocross, golf, and for that matter, being a very expensive sport. As India doesn't have that kind of provision in these kind of disciplines. So going forward, from what your research also shows, like kabaddi, kho-kho, and other cycling and other events, do you think these combining these disciplines will let us enhance our capacity in other disciplines beyond the ones that have been mentioned?
Absolutely. Yes, I couldn't agree more. And this is why it's important that you have to have a model that is right for India and nothing else. it's quite clear if you think about the physiological, biomechanical, skill transfer opportunities, you need to work out what is going to work best. But yet we've seen it in the data, and you've seen the data from Inspire. We need more research into that to work out what is the best multi-sport opportunities to create the best athletes. It should not be just that one sport, because that's where injury, burnout and dropout appear. It should be a range of those that feed in. So what we're now doing, as I mentioned earlier, we're doing more work looking at fundamental movement skills and the ABCs when it comes to coaching than we are about the actual sport. So the sport is almost secondary, but people will come into that later. So we need to think very carefully, obviously with key stakeholders, the federations, coaches themselves. It's a challenge. But if we can start shifting the dial and start thinking differently in an Indian context, then we'll make a huge, huge difference on the next generation of medal winners. But yes, that was a very extreme example to highlight it, but there are going to be other ones that hopefully people here will be able to produce and work with that will be geographically and contextually, culturally appropriate for India itself. Thank you for the question.
Martin, this is Dr. Stalin. Your long-time association with the NIS is really appreciated. During the talent identification context presentation, you mentioned more than anything else, socio-cultural background of the athlete is very important. Since you are in India for a long time and you know the culture of India, which Indian culture is helping or creating drawback to become an elite athlete for Indian athletes?
That's a very good question, and it's a very difficult question, I think, to ask, because my thinking would actually then go to it's less probably about the diasporic nature of that, and probably more the geographic nature. So particular regions obviously have can provide better opportunities. One of the big examples of that, I think, is probably a good one, is actually for the UK, where we've got the Winter Olympics coming up. None of our Winter Olympians were really actually born and brought up in the UK. Most of them were lucky enough to have holiday homes or education or training or background in either Canada or France. So it's about the culture and the context. When it comes to which particular, I guess, cultural group in India, it's very, very difficult, and we need to better understand it. But I think it's more complex than that. The biggest challenge I can foresee, and that came out of the data from Inspire very clearly, is around diet. Where you have young people coming through who are vegetarian, and yet the majority of elite athletes are non-veg, then we need to think about how we might better deal with that when it comes to looking at supplements or whatever else that may be appropriate and acceptable to go into food.
I really appreciate your statistics on our climatic condition and sports from specific areas. But I want to know, on behalf of all the audience, which particular culture is helping our athletes, which particular culture is having the drawback for our athletes?
Again, I think that's a really difficult question to ask, because it's more geographical than anything else. You could probably go by state and how that works. And again, the complexities within that are very clear. And I think that's where it's more appropriate for more research to be done to better understand that. The one thing we do know is that if you are born in a rural environment, you've probably got more chance of becoming an elite performer than you are if you're born in a city.
Like you gave the example of Emma, can you give a good example from India, Indian athlete, elite athlete?
It's difficult because there's very little data around that. But we know obviously Neeraj was a cricketer as well. The problem we have within the media, and this is where a lot of this issue comes from, is the media will often only focus on the result and the medal and not the journey to get there. And it's the journey that is more important than the result, if we want to help other people achieve success. So it's a very good question. I take it on board perfectly, but it's a very, very difficult one to answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Martin. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to you, sir, for delivering an exceptionally insightful keynote. As a mark of our respect and appreciation, we now take great pleasure in felicitating Dr. Martin. I would now request our respected Senior Executive Director, Shri Vinit Kumar, sir, to please felicitate our esteemed speaker. Please, sir. A large round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Martin, for enriching us on this platform and inspiring thoughtful practice in sports development. So our final keynote would be having a schedule change in this. So we would be taking our final keynote after the lunch. That would be, so we will be taking the lunch for next 30 minutes. So I'll request all the dignitaries, speakers, and panelists and participants to kindly proceed for the lunch. The post-lunch session would be into Faculty of Sports Science Lecture Hall, where we'll be starting with our 4th keynote session and the onward schedule. Thank you so much. Also for diploma students, the lunch is there in the Yadvindra hostel. Thank you. So we will be meeting for our next session at 2:45 sharp at Faculty of Sports Science Lecture Hall. Thank you.
NSNIS for inviting me to this. Already, I learned a lot from the speakers that came this morning, and I'm sure it's going to be a very informative day and a half here. Thank you for sports science and analytics. This is the university in India has taken the leap to work in this whole world of sport. If you take an area like space tech or defense tech or healthcare tech, almost every IIT, IISc, every NIT, every engineering college in the country will have a good research base in those areas. It turns out sport was something that was not very well represented, and we wanted to see if we can bring the full power of technology to help the world of Indian sports. Okay, our vision is threefold: to help India's athletes and coaches do more by providing them a technology edge. Let's move this to the end here. Okay, to help India's athletes and coaches by giving them whatever technology edge is desired by them. In this day and age, we all know multiple sports where technology is the determining factor between a bronze and a fourth place. And we want to see if that is the reason. We certainly don't want our coaches and athletes to be at any disadvantage. So we want to do what we can. The second is to popularize the idea of wellness and fitness among the broader Indian population. I think we talked earlier this morning, Martin talked about how it is important to get people to play. Only when people play do we start to see a base from where we can draw our elite talent. And a third arm of the third part of our vision is to help bring education to the broader world, education related to sports science and sports technology broadly. Okay. So, to bring through education materials, we work on creating material that can be consumed by the world, by the population at large, and to really catalyze sportsman-like thinking. I'll show you some numbers. And the last is about helping create a sports tech startup ecosystem. When we did a sports tech startup summit about 2 years ago in Delhi, when as a build-up to that, we found that there were about 250 startups in the country doing something related to sports tech, of which we were able to bring about 60 to that summit in Delhi. But our vision is that we want to create this base of entrepreneurship that is there to help the sportsmen of this country. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of our activity, and I'll go a little deeper into this. We work, in fact, we have worked with one of my colleagues, Professor Babji Srinivasan, has worked with both the boxing and the weightlifting community as part of SAI and the NCOEs here to bring technology products, usually based on computer vision, to help assess posture, to help assess movement, and come up with various metrics associated with that. आपको दिक्कत हो रही है ना? I just want to make sure कि छोड़ देते हैं. It's okay. I think this change of venue did it for them, but it's okay. Abhi chhod dete hain. We'll keep going. So we work primarily in a lot of what we call combat sports and ball sports as well. And in this process, I'll show you some things that we've learned in a little bit. I talked of this sports education. We've had now experts such as all of you teach multiple courses, and these are available on the Government of India's e-learning platform called Swayam. So these courses are all listed on Swayam. For example, there's a course on sports psychology, there's a course on nutrition. These are courses that are taken by like 30,000 people every time. They're not athletes all, but they want to, I guess, eat like an athlete, or they want to think like an athlete. So these are all learning materials for the world at large. And what this does is it popularizes thinking in this space. I think that's our goal with that part. I'll pause here and tell, without slides, while they're helping the slides up, talk a little bit about AI. How many of you have played with ChatGPT or one of the tools like ChatGPT? Okay, first of all, I see this ad come on YouTube saying if you are using ChatGPT to search in 2026, you are a loser. And there's probably some truth to it. So at the very least, you all should be using. It's an amazing tool. Not just ChatGPT, I don't want to endorse one, but that whole range of generative AI tools from Gemini, ChatGPT, Llama, they're all exceptionally good at giving us synthesized information. Things that may be in disparate parts of the internet have all been digested and is now available. For example, just as I was sitting in the morning talk when Nenad was talking, I went and said, he was talking about agility, right? He was talking about acceleration, deceleration. So I went on Perplexity, which is my tool, and I said, I want to increase my acceleration, deceleration ability, prescribe some exercises. 10 seconds, I had some exercises. So, if you are a coach out there, and this kind of, let's just say, credible advice is available for free, right? What should we be all thinking? Should we be worried? Should we be scared? I'll tell you, having thought about this and having done some work in this space for some time, my view is no coach will ever get replaced by AI. Absolutely no chance of it, because athletes have only one life to live. Their life is very precious to them. To give that up to help an AI take charge of their life is just too much for any athlete. They need a coach, a human coach. But I can guarantee one more thing. A coach who does not embrace AI will get replaced by another coach who embraces AI. That is a certainty. So the coach is not getting replaced by AI, but he or she is getting replaced by another coach who knows how to use these tools and then come up with advice that is well packaged in a manner that the athlete and the coach are happy. Okay, so this is the truth of where we are in 2026. If I was called back to do this talk in 2028, I don't know if I'll say the same thing. Things are moving at such a rapid pace. It's unbelievable, right? And this is the exact time when we should all take note of what AI can do for the sporting community in India. Now, how have these tools gotten to where they are? These ChatGPT or Perplexity, how have they gotten to where they are? I'll give you a 2-minute sort of lecture on how the tools are prepared in the first place. They are what we call, go back, perfect, just leave it at that. Okay, super, thank you. They are what we call a deep learning model. Deep learning model is based on a neural network, okay, a neural network that has hundreds of billions of parameters. Now, the word parameter basically says, if I have some data and I want to fit a straight line to that data, that straight line fit is a 2-parameter fit typically. Some y is a function of x. You are fitting, you get 2 parameters. If I only have the freedom to choose 2 parameters, and then that straight line is fixed. That is rudimentary regression or curve fitting, as it is called. An AI model is also a parametric curve fit, except with 100 billion plus parameters. So it can capture data on multiple dimensions, typically hundreds of thousands of dimensions. For example, you may measure an athlete on height, weight, wingspan, vertical leap, 20-30 parameters at best. An AI model can evaluate an individual on 100,000 numbers and easily remember trends in the 100,000 dimension space. That's the one victory that these AI models have brought to the table. Okay, now with that, how does a ChatGPT itself function? You ask a question, it knows from that question, it predicts the first 5 or 6 words from some remembered literature somewhere, and then predicts the 6th word after that. In other words, it knows every written English word everywhere in the whole world. After the first 5 words, it knows what is the most probable 6th word to come after the first 5 words. It writes the 6th word, then the 7th word, and then on and on and on. This is it. In this AI literature, you will see a word, instead of calling them words, they call them tokens. Okay, there's a reason they do that. So it is just predicting one token ahead. So if you say write an essay on a cow, a Punjabi cow, lazing away in a Punjabi rice field, right? It will write out a 1,000-word essay. It is only writing one word at a time. That is the AI model. That is it. All of what we see, these amazing things come out, is coming out of that one word at a time predictive ability, and where it is remembering every word in a multi-dimensional space. That is what we look at. That is what we call AI. So a chat GPT is what it is because of billions and billions of web pages that are already out there. If you take Wikipedia, Wikipedia is some 25-30 million web pages. It knows every word in every article in Wikipedia, has remembered it. It has made these connections through all these articles. So the starting point for a chat GPT was billions and billions of web pages where people had already written lots of text. I'm sure that, for example, you take a field like sports nutrition. There are hundreds of sports nutrition websites out there. It has digested all of them. If you and I can go to that web page and read it, it has read it, memorized it, and digested it. Digested in the sense that it has made connections. It has made connections that from what it saw on a nutrition page to something else it saw on a strength and conditioning page. That's the beauty of this very high dimensionality in which it is making these connections. For example, we all use WhatsApp, right? We all have our little family WhatsApp groups. My son is in the US, but I'm connected to my son. He's not geographically anywhere near me, right? So these connections are like that. The web pages don't need to be adjacent in any way or fashion. The connections are made by virtue of them being related in some way. Okay, so the starting point of building any AI model is good data. The more data we have, the better the predictive ability of this model. So I'll give you 2-3 years from now, where should NIS and SAI be? Take your favorite 20 sports. You enter the current performance level of a junior athlete. You enter the complete pen picture. Pen picture meaning some 2 or 3 coaches sat and described this junior athlete through one-on-one interviews. An AI model can then be able to predict the probability of this person making it to the senior team, being successful on the world stage, etc. It is easily doable. But the starting point is this good bit of data. And the beauty of AI models is that everything need not be quantitative. A coach can talk to this young 12-year-old, right? Just have a conversation for 20 minutes. You can simply audio record that conversation in your favorite language. For all I care, it could be Oriya. In fact, 6 months from now, one of an IITM startup called Sarvam, you can all go look this up. They've just last week released essentially what looks like ChatGPT in 22 Indian languages. The finance minister's budget speech was delivered simultaneously in 22 languages in her voice. So you can, I'm a coach, I only know Hindi. The athlete is from Orissa. The athlete can barely speak good Oriya. I can ask my question in Hindi. The athlete will listen to the question in Oriya. The athlete can answer back in Oriya. You will get your answer. You can hear the answer in Hindi. All of this can be audio recorded. You simply upload the audio file onto your favorite AI platform. If 4 or 5 such coach conversations, or let's just say mentor conversations happen, the AI model is able to digest information out of this very sparse. This is a very sparse source. If I said, let's say basketball requires vertical leap, I simply measure the vertical leap and use that to make a prediction. That's a very easy, low-level way of making the prediction. Whereas you can bring in very, very amorphous, very loosely constrained data, and an AI model can make excellent sense of it, because that is exactly, in fact, that is its sweet spot, more than pure quantitative reasoning. So using this not so easily quantifiable data is something that an AI model brings to the table very well. Okay, so we will see how to leverage all of that in a little bit. I'll show you some examples of what we've done. Okay, so this gives you a set of courses. We started with these 7, and you can see, for example, just during one semester, we had almost 20,000 students take these courses. Now you can go on swayam.gov.in and you will see the psychology course would be taken by like 25,000-30,000 students each semester. They're all, wanting, the course teaser says, if you want to know how an elite athlete is thinking while they're performing, take this course. So there are people who have analyzed athletes and who have taught this course to say, look, this is how, psychology functions at the highest level. So anyway, so I'll show you some 3 or 4 products that we've been able to sort of put out, and this is now being deployed at Rohtak. This is what we call, this is based on computer vision. So it is able to track the boxers in a practice bout, and from there it is able to calculate directional flow, it is able to calculate acceleration, deceleration, sudden changes, everything that a coach may want. So a coach that can use this data, like a coach that is not used to seeing this level of granularity in the data, will need to be coached, will need to be trained on what are all the questions you can ask. The main contribution of all of the coaching community is ask questions that have bothered you, that you have not been able to get answers to. When you ask questions, technology tools are all ripe and ready to answer them today, right? But the key is to ask questions. Another example is where this is a racket sport, obviously. You can do some analysis on. So you can see it is able to track the person. We also have a way of tracking the shuttle. So imagine just a simple practice bout, but the complete trajectory set of what happened in a rally is now available for every point, right? Imagine in a 1-hour match, the shuttle got whacked, say, 1,000 times, and you have 1,000 of these trajectories, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can see how fast the racket was moving, how fast the shuttle was moving, where were the athletes' feet in the court, how far did they stretch, what was their acceleration, deceleration. You can sort of infer loads on different joints. These are all measurements that are possible from just computer vision. So, and you can, for example, this is a very low level, this is an analysis where you can measure these joint angles. All of this is one iPhone or one phone camera, maybe sometimes 2 phone cameras, that's it. It's a very easily deployable technology, but this is not, it gives you a lot of data, but if you ask me how quantitatively accurate is it, can I use this to do, say, line calling? Can I automate badminton line calling? Chances are this is not yet there. But because it can give you lots of data, on average they are right. Right? So you can compare 2 players, you can compare strategies, different strategies, and check for yourself what the okay, so I'll give you some examples from tennis here now. Yes. Well, so the way this works, the technology is giving us a bunch of raw data. It's like raining raw data. The analysis has to come from the questions that the coaches will ask. So we have, sitting in the comfort of our AC offices, we have guessed some questions. And we are able to, the analysis, the front dashboard will give you answers to those questions. But if your coaches come and tell me, that's not what I want to know the elevation or the RPM. For example, in tennis, we are able to look at that data. It is able to give you the complete ball trajectory over the entire match. We have developed a way to detect both spin and velocity. So we can detect the RPM on the ball and the velocity of the ball when it is in flight. Okay. Correct. Correct. You need data on that model player. So if I know this kind of data from a Djokovic practice session, right, or a Nadal practice session on clay, I can see what is he doing there. That I can, basically the model can absorb takeaways. If I give you 1,000 trajectories like this, let's say if a player practices for an hour, like one of our ATP pro players, in an hour, 2 hours, they'll hit the ball 1,000 times minimum. Like they're hitting hundreds of balls. So if I give you all of this point cloud, we call them point cloud, right? A human eye will find it difficult to make sense of it. But you ask a question, what was the average RPM when he hit the ball cross court? What was the average RPM when he, tried to do something else on the serve? So you can see the television data is like a is like a sneak preview of what is actually possible. What we see in an Australian Open, they show you, the heat map, that's like really only a sneak preview of what is possible. What is possible depends on the questions you ask. If I did this tool for tennis and Dr. Stalin said, I want to know how the biomechanics coupled to RPM, meaning when the hip rotation was complete. Sir, tennis is my favorite sport. I watch it a lot and I play it a little bit too. So, how far away was my hips rotated when I impacted the ball, and what was the resulting RPM? So this composite view is possible from doing a complete biomechanics analysis and ball flight analysis together. Yes, sir.
When you analyze the data of a top player like the point is,
please sit down, sir. Please. No, I'll be honored if you say. Okay.
The major point is, by analyzing everything, okay, of a particular player, can it be simulated in other players?
Yes. Okay. Now you're asking a very. So this is being recorded. So
Because I'm a physical education teacher.
Yes.
I've been for the last 60 years.
Associate tennis player.
Okay.
Anyway, it's okay. The point is, the objective is to teach the coach what takeaway does the coach have from him.
Correct.
What the athlete has from
Correct.
here. That is the weak point. That is the good point that you have. And so technology should help us to make it as simple as it possible so that both can digest and they can.
Sure. So let me answer that. So the richness of the raw data is unquestioned. Like you name a parameter today, it can be measured with ease. Now what can I do with the data? There are two things. The coach asking me questions is one thing. These days AI models are so good because it has seen something else like this somewhere else in the outside world that this coach may not have even thought of. It will give you suggestions beyond what we are able to ask as well. That's the beauty of one of these large language models. A GPT is a large language model. It is able to synthesize information it saw on some random YouTube video of a coach working with some other junior player, right? Where that coach would have said in that YouTube video, but it has digested it into written text. And it can come tell you. It will not tell you, I learnt it there. That is difficult for an LLM to tell us. But it can tell you, this is what is possible. Nina this morning showed the heat map of a basketball, running up and down, right? You can do far more than that. I mean, you showed just that sneak. I'm sure you have more under the hood as well, right? You can see all the points from where the jumps were taken. And not just, and you have multi-dimensional data on every shot that was ever taken. Meaning, from what point on the court, how far up did the feet go off the court, when the ball was released, what was the speed of the ball release. This is just one shot. A typical IPL match has 120 balls bowled in each inning, right? Each ball in a professional database is scored on 25 to 30 different parameters. What was the speed of the ball, RPM, where did it bounce, where did it hit the bat? There's multiple dimensions. And a model, an AI model, is able to make sense of this data on that many dimensions. And we have to get used to this idea of multiple data. So I want to talk about something we are in the process of setting up. We have acquired the hardware necessary. At IIT Madras, we are setting up a sports biomechanics AI center, which is basically AI models are exceptional at digesting multi-dimensional data. So imagine, a badminton player comes to my lab and the coach feeds a shuttle. The player jumps up and hits a smash and does this 100 times. Now, in this, we are able to get data on not just the motion of the shuttler, but also which muscles were activated during each of the shots. So at the end of the session, let's say half an hour session, we can give a report card on how much was the core exercised, how much shoulder went into a smash, how much wrist went into the smash. And eventually all of this is there to, as you said, sir, design the right smash, right? So we work closely with an IPL team where we have put sensors on one of the top players of that IPL team in a practice session. So for that player, we know what a cover drive feels like from a data-based view, not just the video, but we know the force transfer from the right leg to the left leg. We know how much abs were involved, how much the rotation was involved. So you have a multi-dimensional view of a cover drive hit hundreds of times. Now can I absorb that into a learning model and tell a young player outside, this is what, our top players are doing and this is a good way to teach? Answer is yes. That's the role of a coach. The coach knows the textbook very well. Here are tools that can augment what is already in the textbook. So we want to see if we can, using AI, do almost real-time analysis of form and other movements and eventually come up with predictive modeling to optimize training. That's sort of where we are headed with this. So we have this split into 3 programs. There's one part related to biomechanics, and fast bowling is a very, very elegant biomechanics problem. I was at University of New South Wales in Australia. They had a full run-up track inside their biomechanics lab. And they had a very, very simple goal. Get a woman cricket player to bowl 100 miles an hour. And it's only a biomechanics problem. It's not about the strength of the athlete. All of that is no problem. It's a pure question of finding the right form and figure and the right biomechanics. You can get a woman cricketer to bowl 100 miles an hour. So we want to see if we can. So this was motivated by what I saw in New South Wales there. And we want to see if you can give personalized inputs on that. This is just one sort of project to take to the next level. Second is to create an Indian database to give evidence-based recommendations. For example, on physical fitness, on strength and conditioning. Right now, there is a little bit of a personalization, but that is purely between the coach and the athlete. If there is another multidimensional AI tool assisting the coach, right, on what possible strength and conditioning directions can be taken. One could look at, providing a more well-rounded advice. And I'll tell you something and the third is to take legacy video data. I'm sure SAI or any agency has lots of just raw videos sitting around. Today's AI tools can simply see that and analyze, can extract data out of it like this. This could be just a hockey match from 20, 30 years ago, just Doordarshan footage. It is able to take that and extract this kind of biomechanics data from it. So this is another direction that today's AI is able to enable for us. And then, of course, once we have this kind of data, we can leverage it to do whatever else we want to do. I'll talk a little bit. I have a colleague, Divya Srinivasan. She's part of our Center of Excellence. She's a visiting faculty in my center, but she's a full-time faculty in the United States. So we collaborate quite closely. Her trip in life is to see if biomechanics can help athletes be less injury prone and to be sort of better with their health and fitness. That's basically what she's done work in. So human performance assessment and augmentation, injury prevention and technology, prosthetics, exercise. This is a little bit outside of the world of sports. Maybe smart wearables will come in. I'll show you some examples. It is not easy to predict optimal performance. We talked of, I loved your talk, sir, by the way. So you talked of how the junior level performance is not really an indicator of success at the senior level, right? And so what is it that I look for in the junior so my seniors are productive on the world stage? That is the $1 million question. And so it is not always easy to predict that, but you can look at a multi-dimensional parameter space in which you can look at 40, 50 different ways of evaluating the junior. And if you had data on a young Neeraj Chopra like that, and today's Neeraj Chopra, and about a dozen other Neeraj Chopras like this, the model would easily be able to give you pointers beyond that. So in India, it is about time we start building this database today. 3-4 years is all it takes. Nothing outside of that time frame before we have full predictive capability to go from what we see in the junior and sub-junior level to finding good performance indicators at the senior level. So engineering the athlete there is biomechanical precision. This is purely a sports science problem in some way. Of course, there is mindset and there is age, there is sort of the mental aspect. But if you just focus on the performance aspect, this is the 3 stages. You get that this is what we call technique, and this is repetition of the technique without getting injured. That gives you performance efficiency. You talked of how Steph Curry is where he is. The man shoots thousands of 3-pointers even today, right? And that's how they've gotten to be so good. So what do we mean by this biomechanical precision? You can sort of use a motion capture system to get complete parameterized view of an individual athlete. So you know exactly which angles on every joint, the stress on every joint, and you can now build this data in a practice session to get to where you can really draw conclusions from. The applied mechanics of movement, for example, that's a baseball pitcher pitching. You can parameterize it. So the human being is basically now reduced to, like, let's say 100 numbers. Okay, 100 numbers is still very much within the range of what a model like this can understand and give us predictions. That's the beauty. Okay, so and you can also assess risk of injury because a model like this can not only give you the angles, but it can estimate torque. How much power was actually generated from various muscle sets in the body. Okay, so I will briefly skip this. This is about the mathematics behind how the muscle activity is measured. So you can start with EMG data, which is there to measure muscle activity, coupled with biomechanics. So when I talked of the shuttler jumps up and hits the shuttle, I know which muscles were used in that one smash. And you can do this on a large enough number of smashes in a practice session that you know what part of the technique needs to be corrected. It may not always be visible to the eye, the fact that I'm using a lot of wrist versus a lot of shoulder. But an objective measure like an EMG can get us that. Okay, so you can now also look at data-informed training. This is particularly relevant when you have people that are recovering from an injury. For example, if one of the athletes has an ACL tear, how do you know when to let that person come back to practice? Most athletes want to come back as soon as possible. They don't want to sit out. So having an objective way to ascertain the their agility, their knee strength, before you let them back into practice may actually be good for them. So having these kinds of tools, having this obstacle course is one way to estimate their agility and recovery from injury. Okay, so we can look at all of this. You can look at gait variability. Have the person walk, and from the variability, a model is able to ascertain how recovered this athlete is from their ACL tear. You can, like I said, this is a test that Divya does. So this person is held by a harness, right? And unannounced, this harness is loose, let loose. So then this athlete has to balance by sort of putting one of their feet forward. See, when that loses, so knowing this part, knowing how he did this, the model is able to ascertain how ready this person is to come back from an ACL injury. So you can devise tests like this that are more objective than relying on just the subjectivity of the athlete. So again, you can, for example, this is a split treadmill. We have this in our lab. You can have the two treadmill belts running at different speeds and it abruptly changing to sort of see how well the athlete is able to cope with sudden changes for whatever reason. And these are all tests that you can use for various purposes, recovery and anticipatory gait. For example, there are a series of tests called cognitive dual tasking. That is, the two treadmill belts are running at different speeds, but the athlete is having to do a 2-digit addition on the screen. So their mind is occupied by the math on the screen and the body has to react. So these are all tests under cognitive overload that you can sort of put them through in a very structured lab environment to decide whether they can go that far or not. So again, the technology edge is all in wearables. During training, we talked of, I forgot the name of the thing, that a catapult. So these days all cricketers, everybody wears a catapult under their jackets, right? It gives you very rich data on what the athlete went through that day. So you can now sort of come up with many different variables like that. And ultimately what is even possible is to create a digital twin of that athlete. Today for healthcare treatment, I have colleagues who have a digital twin of a patient. Before a surgeon does their, say, an open heart surgery, the surgeon has experimented on a computer model of that person. What are the different surgical protocols and what would be the result of different surgical protocols in a computer environment before cutting open the real patient. You can do this with an athlete. So especially if you have your top 200-300 athletes, we should be doing this for each of them. We should be assessing the effect of nutrition. This model will be learning from their daily training. So their state of the body is captured in silico in the computer model. And so this is the idea of a digital twin. Now, this is not, this is already here. It is not some pie in the sky idea. Every flying aircraft engine today on any commercial aircraft has a digital twin sitting with the manufacturer. The manufacturer knows exactly the health of that engine on a given Indigo flight that I will be taking tomorrow to go back. So what is possible on mechanical devices is today also possible on human beings. So this is where the world is. And I think AI requires only two things. First, the tools are extremely mature. We just need to say, I want to adopt them. That's the first victory. Second, we need data. A tool is only as good as data. And training is a perfect place to start that data. If you have multi-dimensional data captured during training sessions, that's enough to start with. Then over time, these models learn, these models get better. And in 2 to 3 years' time, we'll have our own sports LLM, for lack of another way of saying, that will be our own to use and benefit from. I will close by one last thought. All of you in this audience have been steeped in the world of sports for decades. I came into this world somewhat fortuitously about 5 years ago when ESPN came to us and asked, can you develop an AI model to quantify luck? Some cricketer's catch was dropped in an IPL match. The next morning, a lot of fans want to know what was the real effect of that dropped catch. Was the match result affected by that, or it was just one more event? So we developed a neural net, an AI model to do that. So that happened about 6-7 years ago now. You can go on Cricinfo, ESPN Cricinfo, and you will see our product called Smart Stats, the win probability prediction. So that was how we got in, and I've now been in this space for about 5 years. And I'll tell you my desire with all of this technology. I go back to Djokovic. He is my idol in many different ways. He is at 38. He just played in the Australian Open final. It's just unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. You can say Ken Rosewall did it when he was 43. But tennis of 1978 is nothing like the tennis of 2026. It's extremely physical, right? If we can design our athletes to last 20 years, you pick your sport, they should be able to play their sport for 20 years. So that's the only goal. My job every day is to make sure this guy is healthy, he will remain healthy, he or she will remain healthy, and be able to perform to get into the national team for 20 consecutive years. If this becomes our overarching thinking and goal, medals will reign. We are going after the wrong end, I think. You make athletes last long, medals will reign. That's and these are all tools that are there to help us, help athletes last longer in the sport. Nina talked of, Djokovic being receptive to some advice that he gave. That's what we need in our athletes, to be able to assimilate advice to last longer. If you outlast your competitor, you won a medal. It's it. Now, if you bring this thinking to a 20-year-old that this person is going to play for 20 years, imagine the strength of that team. If everybody is competing at the top level, like a Rohan Bopanna, the team is that much stronger. Okay? Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. And I'm sure I took a little more time than I needed to. Sure. Oh, it has absolutely no clue. That's the beauty. You don't need to worry about whether it is correct data or wrong data. Okay, the way this world works, the way the world of AI works, is if 1,000 websites have said something, it must be true, versus 500. Okay, that is the simple filter, and it works. Why does it work? Because human beings inherently want to be truthful, right? If that gets destroyed, then gone. But the vast majority of the information out there is arising out of good intention. Having said that, I'll say one more thing. October 2025 was a very important month for this whole world of AI. The amount of AI-generated English text in by October 2025 became more than the amount of human-generated AI text. So today there are more websites out there that are written by AI than where a human being sat and wrote. So what has been said to be true till date, there is no promise going forward, because they have developed their own way of writing what they want to write. Okay, so yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations for IIT Madras. I think they are doing a great job.
Thank you.
For last 2-3 years. My one question is in behalf of my entire coaching fraternity and the present and the side. We are spending huge amount of software and the application, and especially I think this sports group, obviously, and the coaches. Unfortunately, this equipment is only available for any portion those who are in essential.
Correct.
But when these athletes are coming from the grassroots level to the elite,
correct,
it's a huge gap. And that gap then is a lesson coach will try to fill. It's taking at least 2 to 3 years to educate my athletes.
Correct.
Are the IIT Madras or some any is developing these tools, which is easily available for the grassroots level.
Correct.
And also the amount of resources we are paying for foreign companies.
Correct.
Is it easily available?
Great question. I was having that same conversation with Professor Shanti Kumari just a little while ago. I think, yes, very much doable. There are a lot of bright minds. Let's say, even if you take an IIT, there are a lot of young, bright students. What are the devices that are worth making? What are the devices that will sell to sustain a business? That is a problem. For example, sir, if you take the world of athletics, today at the district level, the 100-meter sprint is still timed manually. Right? It's not that difficult a product to manufacture, a gate timer. It's just a laser that the athlete cuts and the time is known. So if we know roughly, okay, if you design a gate timer for a sprint race, roughly this is the addressable market. You can sell 10,000 of these in India. I'm sure there'll be some young entrepreneur there who can design it, manufacture it, and figure out a way to sell. Having a bank of problem statements that the startup community can embrace and then start to commercialize is one of the mandates of our center. So I invite all of you to contribute these problem statements. I will through SAI circulate a link where you can easily write these problem statements and send to us. Yes, sir.
My suggestion to SAI only because for me, I think the amount of work the government of India and SAI should across the world, nobody invests so much of pumping the money. If you can open this platform for the India with coaches, they should give the data because we have the business. And based on that, if we can help them what they drive a particular resource in how we want, then definitely it will be more feasible, more lucrative.
Sure. So we work closely with SAI, but we will work even more closely. And in fact, Hariranjan Raji has been very supportive of our whole journey. Before that, Sujata Madam was, we would work together to make sure a lot of things can happen. But the effort is too big for one center at IIT Madras. As much as we want to scale, we're quite happy to work with everybody else that wants to contribute to the broader mission of technology development, sporting technology development, and making it more democratically accessible to everybody. That's certainly it's a laudable cause to have.
Professor.
Yes, sir.
It's very interesting AI coming to sport. Thanks to AI for helping us and mainly for IIT Madras taking the initiative for that. Since you are a tennis player, my question would be easy point. See, a tennis player who is playing for $1 billion Grand Slam, and the same player is playing for the Davis Cup for the country just for a medal, not even a penny.
The thinking is different.
See the difference?
Yeah.
$1 billion and here only $1.
Correct.
But the player is same.
Correct.
For Grand Slam, anybody can go as a coach.
Correct.
Whereas we appoint ex-Davis Cupper for the team as a coach. Because only he can understand the feeling. Because he is playing for the 144 people with patriotism.
Correct.
So, how A will differentiate the guy who is playing for the money and the guy who is playing for the country? Because among the audience.
So, I'll give you an example. About 25 years ago, I used to live in the US. I had tickets to go see the Masters Golf Tournament, which is like a premier golf tournament in the world. I had tickets to go see a practice round. And then I had tickets to go see a real round. Okay? The golfers who were practicing, who were getting used to the course, we saw the caddies were counting money. Okay? They had trained themselves to where they can't play without money. They were playing like $30,000 or $40,000 a hole. They were just betting between each other and playing. So, the answer is, it's hard to tell. It's hard to distinguish that mindset. But I think sport has gotten to where people play for the sake of winning. Right? Very rarely would you see a sports person step out to say, I'm going to give half my effort because I want to save my body for something else later. They are not wired like that. Now, there are cognitive tests you can do to decide whether they have any semblance of that kind of wiring. This cannot be done on the eve of the match. This has to be done long before, just ascertaining their overall thinking mindset. Last night I saw a movie called Don't Look Up. I'll recommend that to everybody in this room. It's on Netflix. Okay? In that there is a guy who is supposed to be a clone of like an Elon Musk or something like that, who says, looks at somebody and says, I know more about you than you know about yourself. Because they have a full AI model of that person. Right? So Google knows more about me than I know about myself. Truth. Right? So we have to figure out the battery of tests. And these can be extremely amorphous, subjective. They can be data coming from many, many different unrelated sources. But they tell a story of that person. That's the beauty of AI models. Things that you think are unrelated, it is able to make connections. For example, I don't think in India we can do this. But if every tennis player gave their mobile browsing history, you can tell.
And here, after losing the Grand Slam, the top seed losing in the first row, is cool because there are so many tournaments. Whereas an Olympian or Asian medalist losing a medal because of stress representing their country, which way AI can help us?
So, look, performing at that point of time on that stage, right, is a skill that not everybody has. That's the difference, sir. You are a tennis coach. I think that's the difference between a Djokovic and a Zverev. Zverev has played multiple semifinals. Right? What's the difference? I mean, there's a little bit of a mental edge that day he knows how to perform. AI can of course play a great role. I'm saying AI can play a role, but not on the eve of the match. That training happens long before. That mental conditioning is something that maybe even starts in the junior years and gets built up into the senior performance years. We tend to give strength and conditioning, nutrition and performance. They put them on a slight pedestal, and in some sense, psychological edge comes after the first failure. Maybe it need not come that way. Just like strength and conditioning doesn't start after the first injury. Right? Psychology training need not come after the first failure. It can come with the normal course of training. I think we need to learn, and AI can be a great companion tool in that space.
Technical side, we can say, serve 240 kilometers per hour is coming. How AI can tell where to return, how to return, and which stroke to return.
So that's a pure data analytics problem. Yes, I mean, you can see what is possible, and if you go to a website called tennistonic.com, sir, they have something called a match charting project, where every shot of every professional match is mapped out on like 8 or 9 dimensions. How fast was the ball hit? Where did it land? What was the return like? So now if this data is available to me, I can build an AI model on top of it, and that's the desire there as well. Thank you. Yes, sir. You should stop me when I need to get off stage, okay? People will keep asking. I want to be cognizant of the people coming after me. Yes, sir.
So my daughter is a national player. She plays badminton 50, and my son is ATP 52 tennis player. Now my daughter every second month is having ankle or knee pain. My son shoulder pain. The struggle as a father is the coach is not able to identify what are the reasons why this is happening. Okay.
Well, I'll give you. I don't know. I'm not the expert. Look, it's like if you have a fever, go to a real doctor. You don't come to someone like me who also has a doctor in front of the name, right? So like that, please take my advice with that pinch of salt. But having a complete biomechanic and muscle activity analysis is one way to ascertain why they are injury prone in those joints.
So I'm very excited and happy to see that there is something, because it's not my issue. There are so many parents who are struggling. 30 to 40% at least quit sport because they get injured.
Yeah.
Why they get injured? Because
that's the reason I'm passionate about designing a 20-year athlete.
Yes.
I really think if we simply went in with the frame of mind that this 18-year-old is going to be playing when he or she is 38, that's the only desire. everything else will fall in place. That's my thinking. So if there is a database out there of someone having done biological age assessment, okay, it comes back to that. Now, it doesn't need to be a number. For example, my biological age may be, I don't know, 57, 58, let's say, right? Nobody needs to pin a number. If 20 people sat and somehow ascertained a person's biological age, an AI model is able to digest all this and come out with a number. So it is able to make sense from completely subjective data. You just write an English description of that person, it is able to find a number, a biological age as a number, because it has made this connection with something else it has seen in some other research paper that you and I don't even know about. Right? That's the way to use AI tools.
For this. When do you think that these tools will be available to the coaches or players? How can we access them? What are the timelines you have?
Well, I'll ask your daughter's and son's coach to do one simple experiment based on what madam is suggesting. Let that person talk to the student and write down 5 pages of English, not 5, 2-3 pages of English text of what are all the observations, and do this with 2-3 coaches. It's like a doctor's second opinion. Just upload that on a chat GPT and ask, why is this injury happening? You will get a recommendation. You write this up and submit to chat GPT and you ask, what is the biological age of this person? These are my observations. It will come up with a number, at least a range. It will say the biological age is between. This is already there. This is not something, I have not even done this, but I know enough about the tool to stand here and say it will do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
So I hope sir won't mind if you can get your questions to him personally, because I'm seeing still 3 or 4 people who are raising hands. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for the exceptionally thought-provoking session. The clarity with which you have
My son also is a lawyer, and he often tells like the things they used to draft for nearly 3-4 days, now in just 5-10 minutes, ChatGPT is able to do it. So the world is becoming very scary. Let's see how, but to the best of optimism, let's make use of ChatGPT in the best possible way. First of all, I'd like to thank NSNIS Patiala and all the members of organizing committee for having me here. It's indeed a great feeling to be here at NSNIS Patiala. I'm very happy to see my all seniors, my colleagues, Ritu ma'am, Amarjyoti ma'am, Harinder Singh ji and everyone here. Indeed, the feeling I cannot express. It's almost after a year I'm coming back to this conference, and it feels like having more and more such sessions. So today we're going to speak about the long-term athletic development plan in athletes, and I'm going to give an anthropometric perspective. So before I start the session, when I got a call from NSNIS Patiala that you're going to address the coaches, I was a bit thinking whether am I the appropriate person to address such distinguished coaches and how best I will be able to give meaningful support to the coaches. So let us see how it goes about, because sports science can help only when the coaches want it. I have always felt in my 30 years of service here that unless and until coach comes to you and say, yes, I need or want to seek sports science support, then only it makes sense. Otherwise, if I impose myself and say, okay, I like to do this on your players and this, it will be just lying data in the files. It won't make any sense. So that is the reason that sports science and coaching has to gel now. With AI tools, with sports science staff and coaches, of course. Let's see how best we can help our athletes and go from the grassroots to the podium finish. So this is a very basic lecture I have tried to make so that everyone already must be knowing it. And the idea is behind this is only to refresh whatever we have learnt in our trainings, in our academic classes and so on. Lot of questions were there on the biological age. I will try to address that also, because as Dr. Mahesh Kumar was saying, that biological age is possible through AI tools. But let's see whether we will be able to get that appropriate biological age, or there are other simple tools in the field which we can use. So the topics I'm going to cover in this will be growth and maturation. What is the significance of both these things in sports? What are the various methods we can study maturation? And how, the important thing, how we can measure biological age in the field. What is the relation between chronological age or passport age with biological age? And what are the windows available for us to have a greater and greater adaptation to the coach's training? So now the biggest question is why we should study these two things, growth and maturation. All the anthropologists and anthropometric experts in SAI and other centers are doing this measurements. They are doing these field measurements of various body parts just to understand the growth and the maturation part. But whether this data is optimally used, whether we are collecting this data over time, and at what time are we making use of this is important here. So first of all, the basic assumption here is that no two individuals are alike. Everybody is different genetically. Makeup of every individual, biological makeup of every individual is different. Everybody agrees to that? However, the basic principle is everyone will go through the same phase. Everyone, whether he is early mature or late mature, whether he is from north or he is from south, he will follow the same pattern of growth. Okay, it may vary, the milestones may come earlier in some children or milestone may come later in some children, but they follow the same path. But if we know this, then lot of things we can find out about their maturity status. Let us see this. I have taken from ChatGPT. These three gymnasts are of same age, but can you make out the difference? Yes, structurally they are so much different. What could be the difference? They are all of same age, but biologically the first one is less mature and the last one is more mature. Can somebody help in this? Oh. So why it happens? It happens because of inequalities in maturation. That means the growth pattern which we take, every individual is growing at a different rate and at a different time. Okay, so हमारा purpose क्या है? We have to understand at which stage the child is. Okay, the previous slides say that all the three children are same age, but they are looking structurally very different. So there is an inequality in maturation. So with the help of biological age or studying development age, we can find out at what stage a youth is. Okay. So for this we have to study growth. Growth is very easy to understand. Any change in size which you can quantify or which is easily observable by the eyes is growth. Growth in height, growth in weight, growth in leg length or growth in shoulder width, all relates to growth. Okay. So these parameters become important only in growing children. They become important yeah. They become important only at a certain age in sports. Okay, it may not be important for children or for players who are 18 years and above. But for my players, the critical window is from 12 to 16 years. So this is the time I have to understand sorry for a small glitch. Previous one. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like this. I think ये वाला loose है आपका. We change the laptop. So generally speaking, we are trying to find out basic anthropometric measurements which will help us in finding the growth trajectory, or in other words, the biological maturation of a youth. Sorry, without graphs I cannot take forward. I think this pen is loose. Okay. Correct. I'll keep speaking from this. So I continue without the slides there. It won't make any.
मैम सपोर्ट नहीं कर रही सिस्टम चला रही है इसके सिस्टम है ना पहले अभी तो इसमें चल रहा था मैम इसमें भी कुछ अच्छा स्लाइडर
My presentation is very slide dependent because I like to show the diagrams where you can keep your focus on the growth and maturation. So I'm helpless unless I show you slides on the screen.
Yeah. We can Shanta start until these technical issues.
Okay. As you say. Because I need to slides here.
Without the
हो गया इसको पीछे कर लो थोड़ा slides. I will use this instead of computer. ये right click. Okay. Coming back again. Sorry for the glitch. I just request your attention again. We were talking about the growth and why growth is important, especially in sports, is a very typical phase. When the child comes to SAI centers or any other center for training, it is generally between 8 onwards. So from 8 to 16 is the phase where we have to keep a record of the growth and what interpretation we can have out of these anthropometric measurements. So generally the growth, as I said earlier, this is all same in all the children. It only happens that in some cases the growth will become faster and earlier, and in certain children it will come later and slower. So this is only which affects their biological maturity. So as a coach we have to understand what are the various tools and techniques we can take care of by which we can understand the biological age of a player. Okay. So in the first phase, which is the infancy, we don't have to bother. From 8 to 10 to 12, there is a very slow steady growth in all the body parts of the player. Okay. It's only after 12 or 14, varying about boys and girls, there will be a certain spurt in the different parts of the body. Now this phase from 12 to 14 or 14 to 16 in case of boys is very, very important, because this is do and die situation for everyone. Like when I was bringing up my children, I always told them, like we all in Indian education system, we understand board exams are board exams, because 10th board and 12th board will decide how are you going to fare up in your higher education, your admissions and everything, and then forward what will be your employment like. Similarly, in sports, 12 to 14 or 14 to 16 is a very critical and very important phase where every coach has to pay attention to, because the maximum growth or maximum athletic performance will happen only in this stage. It's only later that you can polish your skills or you can further enhance. So जो maximum हो रहा है वो इसी phase में हो रहा है. As education or as creativity or anything, this phase is important. Now many a times these youth at this time are going through a lot of things, because there is a hormonal changes, there is a cognitive changes, so on and so forth. And from the parents, the focus goes to the peer and everything. So we have to be very, very careful in understanding every child as a special child and give due attention to their needs and help them progress scientifically. Now what we can do? As an anthropometrist, we do a lot of measurements, you know, we have to do body composition, we have to do somatotyping, we have to do proportional analysis. But for coach, I say just 3 or 4 basic measurements. If you are able to use the right method to take these measurements is good enough. So for those other than height and weight, you can measure the trunk length or sitting height, and also arm span and shoulder width. So these basic few measurements, you can find out a good estimate of the biological maturity. Now, giving you an understanding why boys and girls will grow differently. Okay, we have always seen that boys have more muscle, they have performances much higher than the girls, their height is more, their width is more. Why it is more? Because their growth pattern is different, and it is all decided by the underlying biochemical parameters and also the hormones which are actually trying to express their size. So we have seen in girls the peak is less, the red line is the girl's line and the blue is the boy's line. So you yourself can see on the graph that girls' peak is less and the boy's peak is more. So they will be more in height as compared to girls, averagely I am saying. And also, since they have more years to grow, the boys grow much bigger than the girls. So by the age of 14 or 15, the girls will almost achieve their adult status, but the boys continue to grow for another 2 more years. So that is why they have larger body structure in comparison to. So this is a phase which is very, very important. There will be a sudden increase in the height and there will be a sudden increase in the weight. So there is a general saying in anthropometry that first the body will stretch, all the body parts will grow, okay, and then later the body will fill up. That means what is the spurt coming first is the height. So you will see a rapid increase in the height and different body parts, and after that height, a few months later in both boys and girls, the body will fill up. So there will be an increase in the weight of the children at this age. So this, if you quantify this age qualitatively, you will see that boys are putting on more of muscle and less of fat, while in case of girls, it is more of the fat and less of the muscle. So that is why there is body composition changes also during this adolescent time, and that is how also it affects their physical performance. So generally speaking, when the child is born, we see that the head takes the maximum of the whole length of the fetus. But once the child is adult enough, there are a lot of changes. So every body part is growing here and lot of proportional changes are happening. So out of this we have seen that first your hands and your lower arm, upper arm will grow. Then your feet and the lower leg and upper leg will grow. So the body grows from the distal to the proximal. So changes will happen more on the arms, on the legs, and then later on the trunk. So this is the pattern of growth in all the children. First you will see that their shoe size is changing very fast. So a coach will get an estimate, his shoe size change ho raha hai, that means he is entering into a adolescent stage. So when the trunk is also increasing, that means now he is going to achieve the final adult stature. So during this time there are certain what we call is as teenage awkwardness, okay, or adolescent awkwardness, because here the bones are growing very fast because of lot of genetic and hormonal secretions. The bones are growing very fast, especially at the epiphysis. The cartilage is converted into bone, ossification is happening, but muscle and tendon are not able to keep pace with that. So this is a phase where you will see that the flexibility a bit compromised, their neuromuscular coordination is compromised, and sometimes their balance also becomes awkward. So that is why this phase is a small phase, of course, but we know this is happening because of nothing else but the typical growth changes in a boy or a girl. So once this phase is over, then everything follows, and that is the time we have to see how growth has impacted on his total body structure. Now the second part is maturation. What is maturation is now understanding. Earlier I talked about the structural changes, how different limbs, shoulder widths are changing. Now is the maturation, ki how body, different organ system or tissues or muscles and organ systems are maturing over time. Now here again different organ system will mature in the same way but at different time. For example, we see the first one to mature is the neuromuscular system, nervous system. So by the age of 6 to 8, 95% of the brain is developed. Then later is the general growth of height, weight and different body parts, which follows a sequence which I have told earlier. Initially there is a great increase, then there is a steady phase, and again during the adolescent time there is a big spurt. And the last to take up, which is lying in the latent stage, is the genital curve, because the genetical primary and secondary sexual characteristics are the last to show up in the adolescent growth. So once we know all this, we are able to understand how the maturation is happening in a boy or a girl. Now how we can understand? This is the theory. Now we have to measure all this in the field. So there are lab methods and there are also field methods also. So bone age is the very widely used, most accurate. In Khelo India also we have used this skeletal age or bone age to verify the age. However, we can use the same data also to find out the biological age. Lots of data is lying in the labs where TW3 tests have been conducted on thousands of Khelo India athletes. But this data has to be made available to the coaches to understand whether the child whom he is giving the training, where is he in the maturity gradient. Because it gives a comparison with the passport age, calendar age, with the biological age. So you can find out whether he is an early maturer or the late maturer. The other methods are, watching these primary and the secondary sexual characteristics. And the third one is the anthropometric method, which is calculating the peak height velocity. Other two methods are also there, but they all need a special lab and special test for it. So this is the data I picked up from the, while I was heading for the Khelo India age verification thing. So here you get information on the skeletal age of the child. And now software are also available where we can find out the biological age of the child based on TW3 test, based on the X-ray of the hand and wrist. It's not through ChatGPT that you can find out the biological age. It's only through conducting the hand and wrist X-ray that you will be able to calculate the biological age. So all this biological age thing makes sense only up to the age of 16 or 17, and that is the window which is very critical for the coaches, and it is equally important for the player to bring the accelerated adaptation to training and have a good performance in the field. Can run down this. और नीचे और नीचे yeah. So now software is also available where these X-rays film score can be input and then the biological age can be estimated. Okay, so just the wrist and the hand, 13 small bones are X-rayed, and based on their ossification characteristics, they are matched with the reference standards and you are able to find out the biological age of the method. So a lot of data is available, at least we can do for all those children who have undergone the age verification test. So another way to understand the biological age is through biochemical test, for which we have to understand how much is the concentration of the testosterone and estrogen in the blood. So first of all these needs a very designated lab and costly. So we generally skip this and we basically depend on the skeletal age or the peak height velocity method. Okay, so this was the test we were doing actually earlier for determining the sex of the female athlete whenever there was a dispute on the sex of the player. So quite a few of the players were exposed to this biochemical test, and based on the concentration level of the testosterone and estrogen, we are able to identify whether the player was a truly excess or it was something abnormal in that. But however, I do not recommend this test for calculating the biological maturity. So another test which is easier, however a bit invasive and maybe in some communities may not be truly appreciable, but there are doctors who are able to do these tests where you can find out the primary and the secondary sexual characteristics development. So based on that you are able to find out the biological age. Many of the coaches are also able to have a good judgment based on the facial hair or on the cracking of the voice of the player. They are able to find out what is the age, because this is very important in the under 14 or under 16 tournaments where such issues arises when older athlete tries to play competition in the younger age group. So this is how the changes happen in the sexual maturity, and the easiest way in case of girls would be to find out the changes in their growth and height, and number two, when was the first time they had the menarche. So every woman coach or the player herself will be able to find out, okay, this is now, she has set on to the adolescent spurt and she has almost reached the adults. Similarly, in the case of boys, the first cracking of voice is a very good indicator to say that he has entered into the adolescent stage. And finally, the other characteristics like growth in the underarm and facial hair will also give their expression. However, as I said, there could be certain sanctions in some communities. So basically, I have seen many of the doctors in our centers are doing this only when there is a dispute on the sex of the player. Next, please. Okay. Now coming back to find out the somatic way to understand biological maturity, we can make use of the anthropometry. We can do few tests, few measurements, and it is a very wonderful tool to find out the maturity. So as I said, there are just few measurements you can take care of. Make an athletic diary and you can write all these parameters, gender, date of birth, and standing height, sitting height and weight. Only these few parameters you can assess them, you can measure them after every 1 month or quarterly and make a record of it starting from the age of 12 onwards. So if you will have a good data and take the help of ChatGPT and other things, you will be able to find out what would be the peak height velocity, at what age the peak height velocity will come, what will be the full expression of his height, and based on that full expression of the height you will be able to find out where the player has to be selected for, whether he could be a good player for basketball or he could be a good player for other games. So these can be easily predicted provided we have good data sets, and with the use of various algorithms or ChatGPT we can find out their maturity status. So this is what you have ICMR growth charts available, you have WHO growth charts also available. You have to just plot these data sets and you get to know when will the peak height velocity will come, and based on that you can find out the full adult stature or prediction of adult stature in case of boys and girls. Next. Next. So now, as I said, just like academics, similarly in the players also some stages are very, very important. Why important? Because these are the sensitive windows where the adaptation and expression becomes the maximum. So if the right type of training or training program is given during this stage, then you have made it. Because outside this window, of course, you will have some kind of value to the coaching or the training, but it may not be as good as if it was available during this sensitive periods. So this is why it is very important to calculate their different anthropometric measurements, keeping a record and finding out peak height velocity, and based on that giving them customized training. Like it may not be like one type of training is addressed to everyone. Every individual, as I said, is a unique. It has a very unique genetic makeup. So, and they are on a different path of the maturity. So every player, every child has to be addressed based on his maturity grade. After they become 17 or 18, you can have whatever based on sports they are playing. But during this stage, I am sure everybody will agree with me that biological age could be a good way to have, sync with that to give them the training. Yes. So generally the 5 S of the training are speed, skills, suppleness, stamina and strength. The first 3 you could give as per their passport age, but stamina and strength, both these fitness parameters, both these training are very much related to the biological age. So, while as I said, the central nervous system is quite developed by the age of 6 or 8, so all type of neuromuscular coordination can be taught during this phase, and general fitness can happen during the 10 to 12 years. No specialization, as Martin Toms has been always insisting. 2-3 sports, different type of sports, more so those sports in which the player has the interest and where the performance is also coming. Let the child play different sports. Only once they cross the adolescence, that is when the specialization should come. Next please. I am just skipping through all this. Next. So these are the various windows available to us. As I said earlier, like speed, skill and flexibility can be given earlier from less than 10 or 12, but the stamina and strength is very much related to their adolescence stage or to their biological maturity, because unless they have that genetic disposition, unless they have that muscle mass, their growth in the weight and the different hormones, then only the child is able to take that type of training on strength. And of course, training here will depend on which sport he is training for. Okay, so once we have a full expression of the height followed by the weight, then we can start on the weight training and also on the endurance part. Similarly, in the case of boys also, there are sometimes 2 type of windows available for trainability. In boys, there is another window where the onset of height has just picked up. So that is the time one can give training on the stamina and speed followed by the strength. We can skip all this. Next please. So all this is related to the different windows, to the different maturity gradient, and if we give them at the right time, then not only you will have a good performance, you will also prevent a lot of injuries that might otherwise could have happened. Next please. Next please. So this is why we have to measure growth. I am sure everybody is convinced now. Not only it is helping them to do better in their training, it is also helping in preventing lot of injuries. It also helps in premature deselection and loss of late maturing talent. We will speak about it in the few more slides next. So as I said, this is what TW3 test can help us to find out. As we already have in our records from the Khelo India data, we have TW3 scores, and based on those scores we can find out whether the boy or the girl was a late maturer or the earlier maturer. So few boys will show late expression of everything depending on their genetic makeup, and some will be late. So many a time the coach gets very impressed with the earlier performance because of size and muscle and height and weight, and so he gets selected for most of the training and different junior competition, but it could not be rightly so. Let us see why. So this is what the relative age effect is and how it is impacting our training and how it is impacting our competition and also in the selection. So this was, there is a lot of difference, because once you are segregating children based on calendar age, and what is the month of selection matters a lot, as Martin Toms earlier said. So there is nearly an year of difference in the calendar age, and an year of calendar age, and you can understand how much will be the difference in the biological age also. So this translates into a lot of difference, almost like 4 to 5 years. So this is not the right way to select or deselect the children. We have to take cognizant of the stage in which the boy or the girl is. Next please. So this is what we have seen, that relative age effect in more and more competitions now, especially in the under 14 and under 16, the research is showing that we have to organize the competition not on the calendar age but based on their biological age. Next please. So this is how it will help you in designing the long-term athletic development plan, taking care of all the various maturity gradients, because it is helping you to find out the physical growth, cognitive development and emotional maturity, whether it is a true potential or is it the performance based on his biological advanced stage. Okay, so there is a very thin line difference here. We should not make any such mistake where a true talent is ignored and we take early mature as in our group, which later may not become, you know, a good performance in the senior competitions. Next please. So this is how it is, as I said, coach's attention it is drawing, because it's like a loop. जो बेहतर करता है वो उसको coaches likes to train him more often, and when they get more often they get selected in the competition and they get more facility, more infrastructure, and that it becomes a loop. So that is how we lose a good talent. We generally focus more on the earlier maturity people and get fascinated because of that. Next please. Next. So this is how I try to design my anthropometric lecture, where you can sort of, you know, understand the biological age of the child, and keeping that in mind, the training program of every child can be customized. It cannot be one size fits all. It has to be very individualized training, just like you give individualized coaching to different players in academics also, because every child or every player is different in this curve. So it needs more attention. If you have designed your training program here, then I'm sure you are bringing out greatness from the grassroots to the greatness. So this is what the research is showing now. They are implementing biobanding or maturity informed competitions, especially under 16. So more often than not, yeah, next please. More often than not, it should be our focus to have on the biological maturity, and then I'm sure we'll have more results, more podium finish if those adolescent phase is taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful session. So now we'll take 1 to 2, 3 questions. Is there any questions? We can take 2, 3 questions.
Thank you for the valuable information that you already seen now. But I hear two things I want to hear from you. ChatGPT and as a tool which you use about 2, 3 players at the same time with different speeds. This is for all coaches. Number one, ChatGPT. Never rely on the information from ChatGPT. Try to ask ChatGPT anything and ask him again, are you sure from this information? He will say, yes, you are right. I will give you this answer. So sometimes it will show you a good results, but you have to make sure is it the right one. Number two, some tools which some therapists will use it during rehabilitation, it will not be suitable for us as a coaches. Any movement, any skill you are trying to teach for athlete, whatever the sport you are teaching, it will you will go through 2 main phases. Number one is the initial or fixed adaptation. Second one is permanent adaptation. And we call it sometimes 2 weeks into 2 months, sometimes 2 weeks, because you will take at least 6 years to adapt with the new skill.
What will happen is during these 2 weeks, there is a change of movement will change inside your brain. Sometimes when you engage with her, it will you will get like a signal from a specific point in your brain. So that once this change will change inside your brain, you will be able to do and perform this skill without even thinking after that.
Yeah.
That's what we call the permanent adaptation. So when you are playing with two tools in the same time, different speeds, you are damaging whatever we call the chains which you are trying to chain and for long time.
Yeah.
This is very important. Never use therapist tools in training except without the specific what we call the certain demand must be there, and there is a need to use them. Just
Yeah, I think you saved my job because because as you said, ChatGPT will work only if you are able to put the right prompts and you are able to understand what it is, the output you are getting is making sense or not. Because you will be surprised, in India, many of the patients now are using ChatGPT to understand their disease, and some of them are even taking treatments based on, but this is very scary. This is very scary. So now the doctors are also smart. ChatGPT, they have done good, this thing. So thanks for this information. That's really nice.
Can I just add one point?
Yeah.
I have no interest in ChatGPT.
It has to be.
All these large language models are built on a theoretical construct called reinforcement learning. That is, every time you say, "Are you sure?" and it says, it gives you, "Oh, you are right," gives you the next answer. Then you say, "Yes, this is correct." It is learning. And when billions of users all over the world are giving it feedback, 6 months from now, it will be in a very different space. Okay? So
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, yeah.
As you were speaking, I just took the one of the left-hand X-rays that was freely available on the web. I just uploaded it on ChatGPT and asked, "Follow the DW3 methodology and give me the biological age," and it did.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't know if this. When it gave an argument for why it's accepted, what is not accepted? What is not accepted?
Legally, yes.
No, I mean, your doctor has to sign off. Yeah, that is of course going to happen. But I'm saying as a coach, I mean, the point I want to make is these are all tools available. You are free to use or not use.
Correct.
It's a choice each one of us makes. But what is unarguable against this? These tools will get better.
Of course, of course. But then expertise.
It's a tool.
Thank you. That was really wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am, for that invaluable insights on anthropometry and the role of sports science collaborating with coaching. And ma'am also have taught us regarding the growth and different levels of maturation rates and
speech here. Only after moving from here to Bangalore, I got this opportunity. That is something like, anyway, it's just little hilarious kind of thing. All right. So I just want, I was trying to listen to the conversation between Dr. Mahesh and Stalin sir. He said one thing that $100,000 somebody is playing, and somebody playing for the state or the country, right? What is the difference in terms of it? As a neuropsychologist, I am as well as cognitive and experimental. I have a small, maybe a small answer for that. Well, sir said, I hope Manu sir is not here, I suppose. He said that we have to see certain psychological tests and so on and so forth, so that we can identify what is the difference between these two aspects or approaches, what a player will or will be using while playing that. I would say that when somebody is playing for money, the neural activation in the brain pride of the country, basically, because the reinforcement again coming to the dopamine surges, that is the reinforcement neurotransmitter, I would say. That is something surges in two different areas of the brain when it is for the money as well as for the pride. So basically, for money we play, there is something we call it as mesolimbic system, that is below the cortical level, okay, cortex, I would say. There's a different structure totally involved. That is getting activated. Whereas when somebody is playing for the pride, the ego, and all these things, the cortical structure, that is the prefrontal cortex, especially the medial prefrontal cortex we call it, that is activated, or we call it as a kind of, So that is the basic difference, what I'm saying, because two different reinforcement systems are operating in these two things. I think if this information is fed to the ChatGPT or AI or OpenAI, I suppose they should provide some answers to this particular question that you have asked Mahesh sir. Okay, having said that, well, I am here, as I said, very short period for talking, not much of delay. And basically I am a psychologist. So I just want to focus upon the importance of psychological aspects. You all have been most of the time talking about training, definitely anthropometry, and the physical training, the skills, strengths, all these aspects. But how psychology is actually influencing all these things. So I would say psychological development underpin all aspects of physical strength and many other kind of things. One. So I think I don't believe in technology, so therefore I have a paper with me. So I believe in my own brain, and in fact it is said that only 12 watts of energy is used. Yes, ma'am, welcome to it. Only 12 watts of energy is used for whole thought process, whereas ample amount of energy and electricity or whatever is used for all these ChatGPT or whatever it is. I suppose this is the most important thing. Nothing can be compared to this. After all, we are the one who made ChatGPT. No. Okay. So the first question is that I think there is alright. So early engagement. Alright. So it is that I am really getting confused whether to look at here or here. Okay, it's better that focus on one. So early lifespan development, I would say that psychology matters, LTAD, because athletic development is not linear. There's a different trajectories for everybody in terms of physical skills, psychology development, everything. So psychology follows everywhere. There's nothing without psychology. So I think that is something which is very important for everyone to understand. And when you talk about the skill acquisition. Skill acquisition is something which is actually happening since beginning of our life, and that is the most important aspect of personality, or you can say the psychological development, and coming along with this the motivation and persistence. Now, how much importance are
otherwise, if they have some monitoring benefit of that, definitely, or the services that definitely they put it. Yes, otherwise, so that how we can motivate.
Sir, actually the whole thing depends upon, first of all, let me say, how you look at sports. That's the most important thing. For example, in countries like US and other countries, sports is considered to be something, I mean, they get, yes sir, listen, sir. So same, I mean, attitude we have to develop as far as our country is concerned. That's what I'm trying to say. Why only America and others, flourish, and a lot of, we have such a huge population and we are not doing the, I think, what we are supposed to do. I understand. But we have to change our mindset towards sports. That is something which what we should do. Parents themselves, they will always want the child to focus on academics. They don't want the children to go for sports only. Of course, that also is not correct, but some academic performance is also very mandatory, because even when you retire from sports, there should be something to look forward to, right? So, attitude towards sports, as we said, is it for $100 million, or is it for to play for the pride of the nation, or whatever it is? I think we have to look at that. I think the mindset of parents, mindset of people, have to be changed unless until that is changed. Here the mindset, nothing can change, sir. Whatever may be the kind of incentive you give, whatever it is, that is what I would say. Okay. All right. So as I said, I will be going faster and faster. Yes, sir. Intrinsic motivation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That intrinsic motivation will develop only when the attitude towards the sports is changed. All are there. Yes. Yes, sir.
They would like to play.
So that's that.
Then the question comes the external motivation. When it comes to rewards and all.
Yes, yes.
Nowadays, money is the greatest motivation.
Yes.
Okay.
True.
Take, for example, Haryana. In Haryana, what has happened over the last 20 years? Sport was a taboo for girls.
Yes.
Now what is happening?
The culture.
More girls are coming from.
Yes, sir. The culture.
Why they are coming? Is it intrinsic motivation or is it extrinsic motivation?
So money is one factor.
extrinsic motivation has created such a scenario that it automatically becomes an intrinsic motivation.
Yes, sir. It is actually both ways. It is, both ways it is happening. As you said very rightly, extrinsic motivation can induce intrinsic motivation. But the problem is that there is a problem there. When there is no motivation, I mean, when extrinsic motivation is not to that level which you are expected, your intrinsic motivation also goes down. That is the problem with the extrinsic motivation. For example, a child playing with crayons, okay, and then suddenly you induce some reinforcement, and there's another group of children who are playing with the crayons, and nothing you are doing it. So the moment you induce it, afterwards, if you stop giving it, the child will stop playing with the crayons. So why? Because here extrinsic motivation actually spoiled the child's play as well as particular whatever is making. Whereas the other one, nothing was given, he was doing or she was doing the whole thing with intrinsic motivation. So what you said, I understand very thoroughly. The financial background, the cultural aspect, everybody wants money, sir. That is the fine thing of it. But money cannot be bought, happiness cannot be bought through money, of course. But intrinsic motivation has to be there, otherwise I don't think nothing will work, according to me. You cannot, that is what I want to say. Alright, so I will just skip further. Yeah. So the core psychological foundations of LED are there. One is motivation, again I am coming to self-regulation. To what extent you are able to regulate yourself, controlling yourself or thought processes and all these things. At the same time, the emotional control and the confidence and the self-belief and the identity formation. These are the core foundations, psychological foundations of this. So confidence and self-belief, how do we create confidence and self-belief? Confidence comes through practice and how much you are able to improve. The coaches plays a main role in that, building the confidence. Parents plays a role in the building of the confidence, and himself as well. So confidence building is the most important. A child in the school, somebody is asked to give a lecture and or some presentation, the child will fumble because he is not confident of himself or herself. So unless you have confidence, how will you perform? I was an athlete actually till 80s. I mean, I am of course much older now. But I used to be middle distance runner for 400 meters, etc., etc. So at that time, so what is important? Unless you are confident, you cannot perform. That is universal phenomena, sir. So next one. Yeah. So as I already said that there are different demands. The psychology, as the psychology moves or as the person grows, there are different type of changes taking place in terms of cognitive, emotional, etc. At the same time, the demands also vary because for example, a child playing. For example, there was a presentation in the morning as well, where talking about the sports which are made simple and interesting and fun. Unless the child develop a kind of happiness when we do it, then only he will go forward. Otherwise, he will not. We'll start hating the sport. Those kind of things. So what I'm trying to say is that the demand changes, cognitive changes take place. For example, from concrete to abstract thinking levels will change, and the emotion changes. To what extent you can bear the stress and the pressure from the competition and other kind of things will change, and the social capacities also change. To what extent you are able to connect with your peers as well as to the others, parents and peers and coaches and all. So coaches' connectivity with the players makes a very serious impact, because if coaches are here, most of you are here sitting as coaches. So I mean, unless you give a lot of support, instead of penalizing, punishment is good to some extent, but if you support them and fear of, if they don't have any fear of committing a mistake, a mistake everyone commits. So, okay, does it matter? Okay, you will become okay afterwards. So, if you give a kind of, catchphrase or kind of confidence to the child, of course, everything would be taken care of. And I think I will go. I won't be able to complete so fast. You can go ahead further, please. Next slide. Yeah, this already answered. Then you can put it. Then, yeah. So this is a point which is discussed by other members here. That is specialization of a particular sport in a particular age. The early specialization is not a good sign. Normally speaking, China and other countries, initially itself, they pick up the children very young age and they will be training in particular sport. To what extent that is actually providing the satisfaction to the children? Because that will create, because if you are having a kind of pressure giving to the child all the time for excellent performance, it is going to create high performance anxiety. That's very important. You should, I think that maybe I am an academician, so, I feel that that's a very important aspect to be taken into account. Because, and the fear of failure they will have if they fail to achieve that particular standard of performance, that can create problems, due to which they may go for they will leave the field or they will lose interest and go out of field sports, and they will have burnout, and at the same time they will develop very narrow identity in the sense that they will never identify themselves as an athlete. They will quit and somehow they will go away. So that is one thing which is a very difficult aspect. So we have to take that into consideration. Coming to the next point, that is academic sports balance and peer comparison and identity formation. Already, I think I have already explained that in general. Yeah. So there is a theory, we call it as self-determination theory in psychology, which is actually talking about to what extent these three needs are met as far as a next person is concerned. The autonomy, the competence, and the relatedness. Okay, once these three needs are met, and definitely that particular child will be able to perform better, as well as he will try to identify himself with the kind of the particular field of his specialization, and so that means to say that he will try to continue or sustain his performance, at the same time his efforts in achieving greater heights. So these three have to be met. That is a very important aspect. Yeah. So there are different goal setting across development. We call it as process versus outcome goals. When you talk about process goals are a little different in the sense that what are the kind of methods that you are adopting in order to reach the goal? Okay, training methods, etc. When you talk about outcome goals, what are you going to achieve for? For example, you may be aspiring for becoming an elite at a higher level, or maybe to at least clear certain competitions, etc., etc. So that is the difference between process and outcome goals. And age-appropriate goal framing. When goal framing is done, that means the goal setting is done, we have to do according to, for example, coaches will be mostly doing this task to some extent. So they should know, okay, you are talking to which group of children, for example, the age, etc. So they have to set goals depending upon their age, otherwise it will backlash. There is a possibility, and it has to, and encouraging mastery orientation also should be part of it. Yeah, this is something, it's a kind of, what do you call it, emotional regulation and stress management is definitely important. And nowadays there are different stress management techniques being used by different organizations. So whenever they come across any kind of stress and pressure, because pressure to excel from parents, from coaches, from the institution, all these things actually put them into such a kind of scenario where sometimes they become overwhelmed, and though they have the capacity, they are not able to perform. So that is one thing. And coping with the loss and failure, and also building resilience. Resilience is the key nowadays. That is how to withstand pressure, how to tackle the new situations when they come across, all these things. So these kind of things we have to give importance to before they venture into any competitive, what I can say, competitions basically, so that they are more strong in dealing with the situations. Yeah. Well, when you talk about psychological training, I would say psychological skills training, there are different ways. For example, you must have heard about visual training, visualization techniques, right? Visualization technique. What is the science behind visualization? For example, a player gets hurt and he is not able to go to the track. Okay, so how can he train it? Lying on the bed. So visualization definitely helps, as if he is doing a running or whatever may be the kind of what I can say the field which he is dealing with. So what happens at that time is that in the brain there are activations depending upon his visualization that gets strengthened up, and that helps the person to perform better. Once he finishes all his treatment, etc., he is almost similar to a person who has been trained during when he was hurt. So that visualization training is a very important factor. And imagery, that's what attention, then self-talk. What do they do when they are playing? For example, gymnasts, when they are going for different kind of activities, or anybody for that matter, we do self-talk inside. Okay, do this way, do that way. So that helps a person quite a lot. Coming to coach-athlete relationship, trust and communication the most important thing, and psychological safety, that harming should not be there from the heart because it creates a kind of wound. And leadership style, what kind of leadership? Are you an autocratic, supportive leadership you are providing to the children or the players? That plays a major role. And next. Then coming to the parental influences, supportive parenting, less controlling involvement, like supportiveness is the most thing. Like we talk about authoritative, those kind of what I can say leaderships or parenting styles. Now authoritarian is the worst, that is dominating children and controlling children. Authoritative means punish them when they do wrong and support them when they do good, so that they know what is good and what is bad. Accordingly they will stabilize their children. And of course they have to create a healthy environment. And I think it's last slide. And so I think it's the task of any organization is that where the people are trained, the players are trained is, first of all, we have to understand their stress levels, anxiety, depression. That is, I suppose, I'm not sure that how much this testing is happening across institutions with respect to their levels of anxiety, etc. And the stigma in elite sports. For example, when you go to a psychiatrist, it is considered to be that you have got some mental problem, and so people don't go for it. So I think that stigma is going away to some extent, but still it is there. So that is something which is holding them back. The stigma is holding them back to go for treatment or any kind of counseling, etc. So understanding this aspect, mental health, and at the same time, early psychological support has to be provided to the players so that they won't delve into, they won't get into any depression or suicide or whatever may be, because their self-esteem get depleted totally, those kind of things. So that is the next point. And how do you cope up with the injury? That is. So coping up to injuries, every time of course we get upset quite a lot and they become further injuries. And so rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation is one aspect, but psychological rehabilitation should be part of it. Along with the physical rehabilitation, so that they will come back to the field again and they will start their process once again. And next one. Yeah, these are already answered to some extent. Okay, next one, next timekeeping. Yeah, this is something which I want to say about people who are professional athletes. When you are going for one particular, you are only athletes, let us say. Now, what happens to you once you come out of that competition? And afterwards, what to do? The question mark, what to do next? Are you going to become a coach? Are you going to use sports as a recreation? Or are you using sports as a, kind of a hobby? Okay. So it's a question because there should not be any full stop. Because after all, we are all aspiring for the well-being. So the well-being will be there only when you have a kind of dual career development, we call it. In the sense, in addition to the sports, there will be something else also for you that will take you further. Okay, so that will help you to maintain your well-being and the psychological strength. Yeah, next. Finally, this is something already been said by one of the speakers, and the socio-cultural expectations and gender perspective. All this matters a lot in the development of the individual. In different societies have got different stigma. You can also gender also. Some females are not allowed to enter into sports. Certain cultures don't allow. So things are changing. But at the same time, still there is a kind of stigma to some extent. But though not that extent what was. So their opportunities are less. Females sometimes their opportunities are less because of various reasons, and the kind of opportunities, in the sense, the kind of facilities provided to certain group of people in terms of money part, financial, etc. So those things also contribute quite a lot in the development of an individual. And that's it. The next one. Next one. Okay, the key. I think this is the last slide. So I just want to, I think these are the 3 points which I wanted to emphasize here as far as athlete towards. So dual career development, preparing for life after sports, and the risk of ability for closure. So these are some of the aspects we have to look into when you talk about the psychological aspects of long-term athlete development. I wouldn't go for long because I wanted to make it very short so that it's already so much time has passed. So therefore, thank you so much for your attention. Any questions are there? I will. Yes. Any questions, ma'am? Yeah, please. Mic, ma'am. Mic.
Thank you, ma'am. How could we deal with the athletes and how to train them psychologically? Actually, we faced, as a coach, many problems like competition fear during competition fear, anxiety, inner voice silence, voicing of inner self, moan, inner silence. How to deal in during training, and how much time we should given to the athletes to train them psychologically strong, and which type of methodology we should use during coaching to train the athletes, to make them mental toughness, mindfulness, inner self voice. How could we deal the practical things? We faced such type of practical things.
Ma'am, I do not know how many psychologists are assigned in a particular institution for this. I do not know the number as far as NIS is concerned. I feel that at least there should be more number of psychologists who can deal with every child's problem. Counseling is the most important. Therapy, we have got psychological therapies of different, CBT we call it, cognitive behavioral therapy, CRT, all these kind of therapies are there to change their belief system, attitude system. So this will definitely change their mind to focus on the positive thinking. Positive thinking is a very important thing. Nowadays, positive psychology plays a major role. The more you think positive, things will come to you, positive things will come to you. So that the more you think negative, negative will happen. So these kind of things, so the negativity has to be removed. You cannot remove negativity. What you can do, you have to add positivity. Then just like, when it's dark, you cannot remove dark, you can bring light. So the night will automatically go away. Same is true. So I think there should be designated psychologists, just like in colleges and universities, to deal with children's problems, school, college or
But we have so many players and I think psychologists are very rare.
Yeah. So they should be handling it, ma'am. They should know how to therapy. You have to have people who are trained psychologists. Just on the name side, there are so many psychologists.
If a trained psychologist have given 1 or 2 sessions,
no, ma'am, that is not sufficient at all. You have to have a continuous sessions for, I would say, at least 2 weeks and sometimes months, so that they are quite calm and composed, resilient to take any kind of mental pressure. That is
in most of the countries, psychological training and physiological training and physical training and skill trainings almost are going simultaneously.
Yes. Why not in India? Ask that question to people.
We didn't have psychologists.
I think you should have psychologists who can deal with the situation so that
practical things are separately, totally separated, because we are dealing with athletes and many times athletes reached on stagnation period. How could we deal with the stagnation?
Ma'am, that stagnation is the worst thing that can happen. I mean, that will definitely, they won't want to go further, right? That is what is called stagnation, right? So that mind state has to be changed. That is the only solution. How can you change the mind state, ma'am? Mental state. That has to be through a process. That process means through mind changing the belief system of the mind. When a person is under depression, we can give medicine. But medicine is not a solution for all. It will only temporary. So you have to change your mindset. That only psychologists can do. Psychiatrists may give some medicines. So I think psychologists are very important for your things. Totally different. Thank you so much. Okay? Yes.
You mentioned about coping with injuries.
Injuries, yes.
And after getting a chronic injury, getting the treatment and coming for the rehabilitation.
Yes.
Sports physiotherapist and sports psychologist both are working. It's a teamwork. But you mentioned about mental rehabilitation.
Yes, sir.
So how you do it and what are the means and methods of it?
So I will tell you. Suppose there is a cancer patient. Okay, he is at the rehabilitation stage or whatever may be the
Cancer.
kind of...
Talk about cancer. I'm talking about our sports injuries.
Sir, I'm just trying to say analogy. So we know very well that that patient may not completely cure. So what we try to do is to change his mindset to at least he is peaceful, at least he is able to handle normal things, etc. How? Psychologists come into picture, we counsel them, etc. etc. So here mental strength you have to, okay, injury is only not, this is only temporary phase. You are going to be okay after a while. That who will give the strength? A psychologist. So that you have to put in instill in his mind. So that I am okay, this is only a temporary phase. Those kind of things we have to imbibe into that child's or anybody's mind so that they will become okay and recovery will be faster. Because let us say somebody going to a hospital thinking that he never come back. Think about that. There's another person who will go to hospital thinking that I will be coming back soon. Personally, what will happen is that first one may not come back and the second one will come back in flying colors. Why? Here. So same way, if we do this, if we imbibe this mindset into the child, the person is, sir, he will recover fast and everything is fine. So mental strength you have to imbibe.
What's your role of coordination with the sports physiotherapist?
Sports
Physiotherapist. You and the physiotherapist, how you jointly together work on the patients?
You are asking me, I mean like if I am given a chance to, yes. So physiotherapy is giving the physical changes, whatever may be the improvement, right? When the improvement is happening, we as a psychologist will give the reinforcement. Psychologically, okay, देखो आज इतना तो improve हो गया आपका. So naturally, you see, tomorrow you are going to further. You may start walking slow. Afterwards, you will come on. So you see, continuous reinforcement is our key. you know. So that will definitely, you know, give motivation. Not like physiotherapy will come and go. But at the same time, the psychological impact on the person is the most important thing for faster recovery. More effective and faster recovery. So that has to be here, sir. Put it.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a quick question. I have a question related to stress. Firstly, a beautiful presentation. I have a question related to stress.
Okay.
Now, stress can be considered eustress and best stress. So, can you put a light on athlete development and performance?
Eustress is very important. Let us say there is a student who doesn't have any stress about examination. You know, he will be the first one. He will never do anything. He will be getting 10 marks out of 100 or whatever it is. There's a person who is having high level of stress and very high, and he will also be in the same category. But a person having eustress means minimum certain amount of stress is required for every best performance. So a child, I mean, like, okay, on the mark, the person is going to put this fire on, and immediately, you know, like you are under pressure, definitely, right? So that stress helps you to jump further and run faster. So eustress is very important. Without eustress, you know, talking about drive level, motivation. High drive is not good, very low drive is not good, middle drive is, that is the good. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for that throwing lights on the intrinsic motivation and the self-determination theory. So now I invite Sushant Kanwal, Director, KITD SAI, to facilitate. Ma'am. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now we will have a tea break for 15 minutes. I request all the delegates to be seated here, and other audience, you will be having tea outside the lecture hall. We will be resuming at 6 o'clock here in the lecture hall. Thank you.
6 o'clock. आजा चलो भी 6 o'clock. बाहर इधर नहीं आ रहे इधर
Talent identification and athlete development in mother sports, gymnastics, athletics and swimming. So I invite our panelist, Dr. Gurdial Singh Bawa. Sir is a legendary figure in Indian gymnastics, having served as a Chief Gymnastic National Coach of India and Chief Gymnastic Coach at NSNIS Patiala. With a career spanning over 5 decades, he held the prestigious position of Dean Academics at SAI NSNIS Patiala, overseeing the educational standards of sports coaching in India. He has been dedicated educator at SAI NSNIS Patiala for approximately 39 years, teaching diploma and MSc courses in sports coaching. His contribution to sports literature is significant, having authored 5 books on gymnastics, including the award-winning Fundamentals of Men's Gymnastics. I invite you, sir, for the dais.
अब मुझे अत्यंत सम्मान के साथ आमंत्रित करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो रहा है श्री कमाल अली खान सर को। श्री कमाल अली खान जी भारतीय जूनियर एथलेटिक्स टीम के पूर्व मुख्य प्रशिक्षक रह चुके हैं तथा राष्ट्रीय खेल संस्थान पटियाला में पूर्व विभाग अध्यक्ष शैक्षणिक प्रभारी के रूप में उन्होंने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। एक उत्कृष्ट खिलाड़ी के रूप में उन्होंने नवम एशियाई खेल 1982, एशियाई एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप 1983 में भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व किया है। वे पूर्व राष्ट्रीय स्वर्ण पदक विजेता भी रहे हैं। सर, आपका व्यापक अनुभव खिलाड़ी, प्रशिक्षक एवं शिक्षाविद तीनों रूपों में हमारे इस सत्र को विशेष दिशा प्रदान करेगा। कृपया मंच पर पधार कर अपने विचार साझा करें। अगली पंक्तियों में आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा तपन पानीग्राही सर को। द्रोणाचार्य पुरस्कार से सम्मानित श्री तपन कुमार पानीग्राही वर्तमान में भारतीय तैराकी महासंघ के राष्ट्रीय पैनल कोच तथा तपन पानीग्राही स्विमिंग अकादमी पुणे के निदेशक एवं मुख्य प्रशिक्षक हैं। वे शारीरिक शिक्षा एवं खेल विज्ञान में बीपीएड, एमपीएड, एमफिल एवं पीएचडी जैसे उच्च शैक्षणिक योग्यताओं के साथ साथ जर्मनी एवं हंगरी से प्राप्त अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कोचिंग प्रमाण पत्रों से युक्त हैं। उन्होंने हजारों राज्य स्तर, सैकड़ों राष्ट्रीय पदक विजेता तथा 50 से अधिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय तैराक तैयार किए हैं, जिन्होंने मिलकर 100 से अधिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पदक अर्जित किए हैं। उन्होंने दिव्यांग खिलाड़ियों के प्रशिक्षण में भी उल्लेखनीय योगदान दिया है। श्री तपन कुमार पानीग्राही सर।
Now I invite our next esteemed judge of the panel, Dr. Saju Joseph. Sir has a legendary career in sports science and high performance. Sir has served a pivotal figure in transforming grassroots talent into elite championship over a decade spanning nearly 4 decades. As a former high performance director for the Sports Authority of India and currently as a sports development Authority of Tamil Nadu as a HPM. He has masterfully integrated sports biomechanics and strength training to enhance the performance of national athletes. His expertise in hockey is unmatched, having served as an assistant coach and fitness trainer for Indian and Malaysian national teams across major platforms including the Olympics, World Cups and Asian Games. He continued to share his deep knowledge through his role as an author, scientific advisor, notably with his 2019 book Applied Biomechanics and Kinesiology. Ultimately, his career exemplifies a long commitment to bridging the gap between scientific theory and practical athletic excellence on the world stage. I invite Dr. Saju Joseph, High Performance Manager, Tamil Nadu Center of Sports Sciences. Welcome, sir. Now I invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Deepak Kumar, HPM Athletics, NCOE Patiala. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, respective dignitaries and participants present over here. I will start with this session with Dr. Gurdial Singh sir. Sir, as we are learning from since morning about talent identification and development, so what is your point to identify young athletes in the gymnastics, as we inform that so many window of opportunities and various level of maturities in respective of their age?
Thank you, sir. Talent identification is a very important topic, especially in those sports where the high performance age is quite less, like gymnastics, swimming. For talent identification in gymnastics, I'll talk only. We started two kinds of tests. One for the beginners, those who have no knowledge about gymnastics, and the second for those who perform gymnastics, practice gymnastics for 1 or 2 years, and then they come for the talent selection, they come for admission. At the first stage, we have only the physical and motor ability test in addition to the basic requirement, that is the physique. And second stage, we have also included some technical tests. For example, technical tests. For example, one of the technical tests is handstands, how we hold handstands. We evaluate the skill, we evaluate the execution, we award the mark out of 10 for that skill. So like that, we have battery of tests. And somebody in the morning also asked regarding the norms. And you will be pleased to know that we have also formulated norms for all the tests. So anybody can conduct the test and according to the norms can assign the marks. These tests are basically, we have taken from the International Gymnastics Federation. For the norms we have modified because International Gymnastics Federation, those tests, they have a very high norms. We have modified. How we have modified is, you see, I worked on these young children for about 5 to 6 years, collected data, and on the basis of data, we made the norms. And now, for induction in Khelo India, induction in NCO, induction in common play, we conduct those tests. And those are quite beneficial. And we are getting good results of it. So this is regarding how we conduct the test, how we have done the test. For example, I'll share one thing with you. For agility testing, usually we all use 10 meter into 6 times. But for children, you see, when we use 10 meter into 6 times, the endurance part also comes into that. So we have reduced that, and this is very beneficial for us, and we got good results and good correlation with the performance. We have reduced that 10 meter into 4 times. For the higher level athletes, when we select, you see, this is identification. Then for selection, we have different kind of tests, different protocols. For that, there are different norms. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. In continuation of this, I'll request Shri Kamal Ali sir to explain about some motor qualities. As Baba sir already told, few motor qualities we have to focus at the time of talent identification. So I request you, please sir, explain some motor qualities as well as why we are only converting 2 to 3% of junior champions into the senior level. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deepak. And thank you for the committee. Invite me. Nowadays, this is the time, because Mr. Wazir Singh also here, and he is the main person for the bright future planning of my darling country, India. There are many battery tests, but I think only one test is very, very necessary or important, that is the speed. And the other is, when we talk about in the field, is the coordination. Only two tests for the grassroots, it's most important. With this, we can get the help with the science faculty, especially in the psychology. There are many tests, the speed test also, and also the physiology. But as we talk about the ground, it's two only abilities that should be there and fix the. One is speed, and speed not a 100-meter speed, the speed movement. And the second is coordination, because if you saw the last performance in the Olympics, we perform in the 400 meter, we perform in the 400 hurdles, we perform the 110 meter hurdles, we perform the discus, we perform the javelin, and also in the long jump. All 6 events are the technical and speed events, and we perform the world level, and we get the medal also in this type of events, and in 800 also the speed event. But as before the time, we think the middle and especially the long distance and race walk and the marathon, our athletes are perform very well. At the Asian level, there is no need, we have performed very, very well. But the world level, if we just observe these events, 100% we will perform in the future also. So two events, two motor abilities are most important. One is speed. Without speed, we cannot perform anything. And second is coordination also. For the athletics, all the events, we talk about the jumps, we talk about the throws or the track, are the technical events. So it is my opinion that we just focus on the speed and coordination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your now I request Tapan Panigre, sir. Sir, as Kamal Ali sir told, we are focusing on the at the time of talent education on speed and coordination. So what about in your event, and how we can identify the talented athlete in remote area, as we don't have too much swimming pools in the remote area, as well as what should be their pathway to develop for the elite level?
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, and thank you very much for inviting me this for the panel discussion. So far, since morning you can say, and now also, so far we all discuss, and some questions been raised, and all land-based activities. And now we are going to, you have raised the question of when this athlete will be in the water. So all the activities will be the fluid, no land. So it is entirely new environment. Now how the children, now after birth, when they start growing, you know, the mother or elderly person at home, how the cats hold two hands and to teach them how to walk, crawl fast than to walk and all. So exactly same way, when they will put our children into water, the basic thing supposed to be developed, that is water ference. First the water ference, then adjustment in the new environment, body balance, neuromuscular coordination, then slowly it move into little movement that is called hydrodynamics body positions without any support from the ground. So the water, like fish, like aquatic animals, they must move freely. That have to be very used to and normal, how we are sitting, walking and all. It should be normal. So another fish into the water, though we call it amphibian. So we have to handle the amphibians. So each and every movement and breathing, सांस लेना छोड़ना, we don't have the algae. So we have the breathing process, nose, mouth and all as a challenge.
So young children, you cannot bring them to the science into that. You have to imitate, you have to show them and teach them and all. But still there is a little process, a scientific process is there. When children are there before birth, the child is already was in fluid. So immediate after birth, if you transfer them into the water, now place it the backstroke position when water do not go in the nostril and all. So they keep the head up, natural movement that is, because child was there in the fluid only. So without delaying, if you start putting them into the tub and all closely by mother or who can handle better, so that way the natural movement will come slowly with the child's growth. So those movements are also based on motor qualities. Those associated movements are very important. But we are talking about here, start with 8 years, 9 years. We are really very late. According to me, it's very late. Because after 8-9 years, it starts deteriorating the neuromuscular coordination factor. It may be 12, 13 years, 14 years तक हम खींच के लेके जा सकते हैं. After that, it is very difficult to develop. We can maintain it. We can do it through some activity, through the modified movement and all. We can maintain it. We all know John Benson, world record. He didn't come by chance. He spotted out through some test, and neuromuscular coordination will develop in him very early stage. The play movement with the fun, but it has been given. So accordingly, the athletics, we are talking about athletics and swimming, how motor quality, gross motor development can be done when child in the water. And with some motivational talk and movement and follow-up and regularly, if you just teach them with a demonstration, what are the movements to be done? That is to make it easy. Next, try to develop the technical part. Stroke development is required. So stroke development, what are the resemble movements are there? We have to give them. Then what happens? Rap coordination will be developed. Once rap coordination is developed, then slowly modify all those movements into finer coordination. Then stroke technique will be developed. By the time child will understand if this is freestyle, that is backstroke, this is breaststroke and butterfly and some other fun movements also to be associated, because child always like to play. The small children you see, they don't want to sit idle. अब घर में छोड़ दीजिए बच्चे लोग को, they like to run and they to climb. कुछ भी बोलो हाथ पकड़ के रखो, वो सुनता नहीं, चढ़ जाता है. तो ये जो movement है, these movements are really energetic movements. This is a very positive movement. You have to utilize it. When we utilize that into the technique development part, and you put them into a rough coordination, then finer coordination, then give the stroke formation, they will come up, they will do it. But if you start with the 8 years, at 9 years, really we are late. You just see the World Championship, Age Group Championship, you will see 12 years performance is equivalent to our 18 years performance भी मार खा जाता. 12 years child performance. Our Indian 18 years performance also somewhere matching. So we are how many years behind? So with that calculation, if you can understand, really we are late. Because it is only because it is in activities, this sports is in the fluid, the new environment that has to be developed, we used to. So that takes time. It is When I speaking, maybe it is 4 or 5 minutes I spoke, but it is 4 or 5 years to take. But once it is stabilized, each and every movement's stroke techniques have been stabilized, easy to turn them into training. Training means it is not coaching. Again, there is difference. In swimming, we must do this way. First is the teaching, then the stroke development teaching, then you have to go training, motivated training, then training, then intermediate, age group and intermediate hand-to-hand will go as per the child's growth and maturity and all, then it will come to the coaching. But in our swimming, for the sake of money, whether they have done our certificate course or full course or any other course, they are the coaches. They are picked for the university only. They don't bargain less than that. They are the coaches. So there is a challenge in our country, as I believe it, because of this in swimming. And the World Championship, Olympic, maximum number of medals we are compromising. It's a serious issue, according to me. If swimming teachers are not being developed, if age group teachers or stroke development coaches are not there, then directly coaching, we are compromising. Unknowingly, we are compromising.
Thank you, sir. You explained very well about the development of swimmer. But my question is left behind there only. How we can identify the athlete from the remote area in swimming, because it needs infrastructure.
Again, I answered probably. I didn't bypass it. I answered your question because coastal area and remote area where there is no swimming pool, water is there. I talk about water. It is in fluid. Fluid में गांव में swimming teacher पहुंचना चाहिए, not the coach. Stroke development teacher पहुंचना चाहिए, not the coach. Trainer पहुंचना चाहिए, not the coach. Otherwise, governments who organize district schools, the school is having the swimming pools. They are compulsory. How we appoint lifeguards. Similarly, swimming teachers supposed to be there. Dual perform they can do if they cannot afford the salary. They must be qualified from the NSNIS Patiala. We are holding 7-8 centers in India. That certificate course we are doing. Swimming teachers development course supposed to be there. And those who pass out, they will be appointed as a swimming teacher, not a coach. Lifeguard जैसे अपन किया जाता है, उस जगह में swimming teacher supposed to be there. They must teach. जैसे हमारा स्कूल में नर्सरी स्कूल है, प्राइमरी स्कूल है, सेकेंडरी स्कूल है, the same pattern, same line में वो टीचर पूछना चाहिए. And teaching में not the gents, all the girls, जो टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग स्कूल होता है उसी हिसाब से लेडीज को मोटिवेट करके, बिकॉज लेडीज दे स्पीक सॉफ्ट मदरली एटीट्यूड इज देयर. कि छोटा बच्चा रोए और उसका धमका दिया तो कल से नहीं आना, सो दैट इज रूथलेस. सो लेडीज सपोज टू बी देयर, लेडी टीचर सपोज टू बी देयर टू टीच विद अ पोलाइट. And the eye level is supposed to be low. Normally, when mothers speak to the child, you know how affectionately they speak and all. Those things is required. Not एक ruler हाथ में लेके ये करना वो करना. No, very polite, motherly attitude supposed to be there. Very gentle way, affectionate way. So that can be developed. हमारा इतना बच्चे लोग है तो उसको मम्मी तो है ना. How we do it? So motherly like attitude is required at the beginning. They love to be in the water. Each and everyone, every child loves to be. एक आधा होगा जिसको डरा दिया हो तो लाइफ लॉन्ग हो, डराना नहीं किसी को, ना. So that way, गांव में भी ये हो सकता. There is lot of improvised systems are there. So what we cannot do in the swimming pool, चलो एक बाल्टी लगा के और एक डब्बा बांध के ऐसे दे दो. तो तालाब में ये संभव है. You can do that. गांव में वो लोग को modify करके वो करने से, they must compulsorily complete one course, swimming teaching course, not a coach. अब coach पहुंच गया तो बस, then we have to think about medal.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I will continue with Saju Joseph sir. Sir, Panigiri sir has told teacher or physical education teacher should reach in that remote area. So what do you think about our today's educational and physical education system? How he can help to identify talent in remote area?
Okay.
And what is the limitation of our policy?
All right. First of all, thank you NS for inviting me. Just to, as a prelude to TID, I would like to just give you some things about what SAI was doing somewhere 87, 88. There used to be a scheme called as National Sports Talent Scheme, where children from 8 to 14 years were selected into the scheme and they were put in the hostel or various sports schools and so on. Those days, motor quality tests were done. There were around 8 tests and there were some aptitude tests. And based on that, people used to be recruited into various sports schools or sports hostels. Thereafter, what actually happened was that there was a lot of pressure from management for the athletes to perform, the kids to perform. So the coaches, those who are employed with this program, they started giving heavy training load to these athletes, and I think only maybe 2 or 3 athletes must have come out from the scheme at international level. Rest of them got burned out because of heavy training, and of course at lower level, that is at school level or up to the age of 15, 16, they should perform, but after that they are burned out. Then there used to be people who used to run academies to enable the athletes to enter into SAI scheme. That means if you want to enter into NSCC program, some coaches used to run some academies. There they only train the test. So the purpose of the test was defeated because now the trained athletes are coming in for the test into the program rather than untrained athletes. We wanted untrained people to be identified as talents. So that purpose was defeated again there.
For these girls and boys, because when they go to their places, they don't get this equipment. They don't get this sport. They don't get such a good nutrition. They don't get such a good medical facilities. He agreed to that. Then I told him, I asked him, requested him to build a foam landing pit. He understood the importance of foam landing pit. And within 15 days, he ordered to be made foam landing pit in Gymnastics. It does not cost much. Costed us only 20 lakhs. And in the foam landing pit, we started teaching the most difficult movements, especially to Deepa Karmakar, other girls and the boys. You see, Deepa Karmakar got 4th place in Olympics. Before that, in 2014 Commonwealth Games, she won the bronze medal on vault event. That was a specialization. For performing the vault event, difficult movement, the landing in the foam pit was a must. You can't land on the bare ground. Otherwise, there's always a fracture of the legs, ankle, or maybe any injury. And the injured gymnast cannot continue training. So, in the month of 2013, March, we got the foam landing pit, and in 2014 Commonwealth Games, we taught him the movement which is known as Produlova, that is handspring double forward salto. That's one of the most difficult element movement in women vaulting games. So far, only 6 girls have performed that movement. And that value of that movement was too high. And she performed the same vault in Commonwealth Games 2014. She was not much perfect. She landed poorly, but she got the bronze medal by doing that movement. And that movement she was able to do because of the proper landing pit equipment. Had we not got the equipment, landing pit, she would have never done it. It was impossible. Then, in 2016 Olympic Games, she came fourth. You will be astonished to know, you see in gymnastics there are 2 factors of performance evaluation. One is the difficulty, second is the execution. She had the highest difficulty amongst all the gymnasts, including the gold medalist, Simone Biles. She had difficulty of 13 points, 6 points for one vault and 7 points for Produnova vault. Whereas no other girl performed that. Even the Simone Biles, she had a difficulty of 12.6. But her execution was poor, so she could not come up to the medal, up to the podium. Just the difference was between the third and the fourth was difference of 0.13. Just with such a small difference, she lost the bronze medal. And we give the credit to the SAI for building that pit. Now, in these days, and in the Olympic Games. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, to explain. Yeah, sure, sir.
Just now I spoke about the stroke technique and development for 5 years. I didn't touch the training part, the coach's job. Thing is, how much I spoke, that reduces the coach's job or athlete to be escape from the injuries part. If technique is not developed, we start the training, high intensity training with the wrong, faulty technique, because that is new environment, not on the ground. Immediate he can correct there, but in the water, adaptation is required. Every new movement, new adaptation is required. So all those things what I spoke, if that much time can be given to the child, so the child at the time of 10-12 years, when totally stroke technique is done and training initiated and competition का एक introductory part में आ गया, by the time the childhood to puberty, then post puberty they enter. You can understand. Dr. Vinu Dhira madam also spoke all these things, and lot of foreign experts, and they spoke all these things very elaborately. Their body is very delicate. Their mind is not that mature to withstand all those loads, training loads, and what we call very complicated training loads. And that to understand, body should respond. So maturity is required. Then only you will enter into this. Then I'll tell you certain things. Out of entire sports, what percentage of 12 years age children are in the water for the swimming? If you think that number is very poor and very, very less, a microscope is required to find the percentage wise. The next age category, 16, intermediate training is required. They will be entering into the early adult and adult, then habit formation of winning, that kind of training is required. We are bringing the foreign coaches to this country. For what? So we should understand that should be meaningful, it should be. But anyhow, I don't discourage, I don't go in that part, but I'm talking about the coaching. I enter into now the coaching. When coaching will be there, we should have the facilities with us. I do not know. As per my knowledge, in India, any swimming pool has got training facilities. One swimming pool, if anybody can tell. Training facilities, the swimming pool is there, but what is the training facilities? One swimming pool.
So, sir, what is your idea to
training facilities? Training facilities. Swimming pool is not a training facility only. It's only water and one concrete walls and all those are there. It is not training facilities. We don't have the training facilities. To train, to develop, we are thinking about Olympic. There is no training facilities. You go to the any of the surrounding, our neighboring countries, they have. We don't have.
So, as the
any one swimming pool, if anybody knows the training facilities is there. Swimming pool training, swimming training facilities. Only lanes are there, lane markings are there, crystal clean water is there. All those are there, but training facilities is not there in the swimming pool.
So, as per my knowledge, you want to share that we need some specific equipment, training
to be added into the pool when you are constructing the pool. When you are building the pool, that time only it should be there. After constructing the swimming pool, the facilities is again double a cost. No one ready to spend on that. Because we always, our mind is, we must have the Olympic size swimming pool. This word, Olympic size pool, is very attractive word, Olympic. Olympic size pool. We have the mini Olympic size, means 25 meters pool. But 25 meters pool do have the training facilities. So those things are required apart from other facilities like weight training, then fitness hall, then all those things. Another thing is, I never seen, I have started, personally I am telling you, when Balibadi Stadium I was teaching, that time I forced, that was on request, I now am telling you by force because they were not happy to be there, and I brought them like physiotherapist, nutritionist, then sports medicine doctors, psychologist. I said them, when training is on, training, I'm talking with training, those who are medal prospect athletes are there, and adults are there, 16 plus and 20, 22 years old, those who are going for the representing the country for the Asian Games, International Championship and Olympic. That time, I said, during the training, there should be the space, table, chair and everything, poolside. 2 hours training is there, 2 hours, that particular day, 2 hours. Now, I made that chart, files, still those files are there with me. I can show you. Each and everyone should have the chair, table, and should have collect the data during the training. So during the training, if anybody has a problem, physiotherapeutic problem, psychological problem, anything, they must be addressed that time only. Coach supposed not to tell कि ये problem हो गया, आप देखो कैसे क्या हुआ. When they are observing, the sprint training is there, middle distance training or long distance training is there, something happened. So immediately it will be pointed out. Nutritionist must see today the sprint training is there or protein percentage of the diet supposed to be little enhanced out of this balanced diet. So if the nutritionist remain in the 4 walls AC room, how can he suggest? Only we can then request कि आपने अच्छा कुछ डाइट का वो प्लान बना के दे दीजिए. We'll say yes, वो अच्छा दे दिया, वो दिया. But what is being given? Sprint training is on. After that, huge carbohydrate being given. If endurance type of training is there or threshold training is there, what kind of food associately to be given? Physiotherapist, They're supposed to be handled immediately on the pool side. Today, 60 times 100 meters repetition been done, swimmers is exhausted. What kind of recovery is required? Physiotherapists to understand immediately to address. It is not required to coach. Coach everything will do. Coach is mother, coach is father, coach is physiotherapist, coach is nutritionist, coach is everything. Everything coach is responsible. So that should be what I call it. I'm not complaining. I'm not bringing all those. These are the challenge for the coaches. So it has to be distributed. What's supposed to be distributed? If you want the gold, Olympic gold, enough. We have the enough talent in this country. Huge talent. That should be nurtured. एक प्लांट लेके आप गुलाब का झाड़ लेके अपना बैल्कनी में रख के पानी दे के उसको सेट कैसे धूप लगेगा कैसे क्या लगेगा सब कुछ करते हैं अपना घर का बच्चे को एक उस लेवल तक पहुंचाना है हम क्या करते हैं उसी तरीका से you have to take care you have to give the fertilizer nutrition and you have to give the love affection everything to be given क्योंकि उसको मेडल लाना है उसको धक्का खा के इधर उधर घूमना पड़ता है हमारा जैसे कोच के पास आके वो हम भी इरिटेट हो जाता है हम भी ह्यूमन बीइंग है बट वो नहीं बट एक सिस्टमेटिक डेवलपमेंट व्हाट आई मीन इज विद दिस इज कि सिस्टमेटिक डेवलपमेंट ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम को ऐसे अप्लाई करना इट शुड बी फन या
Mr. Panigiri, thank you very much for your kind inputs. शायद आप इमोशनल ज़्यादा होगी क्योंकि स्विमिंग का आपने ज़्यादातर ये चीज़ें कर रहे हैं बट इफ़ यू टॉक अबाउट द टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन so talent identification there are two important events are here the gymnastics and swimming where the early detection is required where in athletics it is late detection is required so generally if you see the terms Dr. Shah जो आपने बोला there are certain tests during the NSNIS schemes where the athletes are coming with the pre-training so that the real talent was not potentially selected. So on that, in that scenario, what you would suggest that what kind of test at this age for all events, not is directed to the swimming, gymnastics, or in athletics, but generalized. We are talking about in all this with the multi-directional approach.
Respective coaches, Bhau Sahab, आपने बहुत लंबे अरसे तक you are working in the teaching departments. I ask one question for all of you. Can you develop some test जो हम डेविड टेस्ट फ्लानोडेट करते हैं क्या पावर टेस्ट कभी बनाया है आप लोगों ने अगर नहीं बनाया तो दैट इट इज अ फॉल्ट फॉर आवर कोचिंग साइड आल्सो because I am also coach so that if we are not develop the particular specific test for Indian atmosphere, Indian climate, Indians body structures so that is the fault of our so जब तक हमारे टेस्ट ही नहीं है so that जो second phase of the talent है I think they are very difficult to identify so that अगर इस पे अगर हम लोग सोचना पड़ेगा सर इसके लिए थैंक यू सर
I'll answer through the partial answer I'll give.
Yes, sir. I'll answer the question. We have developed the test. With one test, you cannot evaluate the talent abilities. As he said, at the initial stage, 2 tests are sufficient. One is speed test, which we conduct. We conduct 4 tests only.
Chest, they require the chest, sir, for all of you can count to chest and widget, they require the speed.
No, just listen. One is speed test, another is, I have told, agility test. Third test is flexibility. we conduct at the initial stage. Everybody needs flexibility.
किस तरह से करना है वो हमने डेवलप किया है।
वो बिल्कुल कैसे करना है उसका अगर ये आपके पास नहीं है तो और बात है। कैश I'll share with you. जिम्नास्टिक हमारे हैं उसमें कैसे करना है। अगर कोई इतने पॉइंट्स ले, इतने नंबर ले, इतने सेकंड में आए, how many points he will get? अगर कोई इतने सेकंड में करे, how many points he will get? We have the norms also. Norms are based on the Indian children. This we have done. Exactly.
सर कितना टेस्ट कितने सब्जेक्ट को टेस्ट किए थे?
I tested about 150 tests.
150 में नॉर्म्स बनता है?
नहीं, नॉर्म बनता क्यों नहीं? जब अगर और है ही नहीं है, प्रोवेल गेट और है ही नहीं है। सेकंड, जस्ट लिसन, नॉर्म्स बनने के लिए क्या है? जो इंटरनेशनल फेडरेशन के नॉर्म्स हैं हायर टेस्ट के लिए, we have taken what we have developed for that. We are doing that.
Fitness test they required their talent for our kids.
आप दो चीजों को कंबाइन मत कीजिए. One is the identification.
Yes, we are.
Second is the selection. Identification is the first step.
Yeah.
Where you have to only have 1 or 2, 3 tests only. Once you identify, the most important thing is after the identification, most important test is his love for the sports. His parents' love for the sports. This is the social जो है culture उनका हो. अगर आपको sports love ही नहीं है, that you can find out if a child comes regularly. If he works hard, within 10 days you can find out he is talented in this. He can do it. Love for the sports, for students का, his parents ka, and lastly I'll say most important is love for the sports, love of the coach ke liye. It's important. If a coach can stand in the field for 6 to 8 hours, as my friend, he told, coach must be the first to go, last to come. In case we develop this thing, definitely we can come up. Sadhu sir.
Which is the 24 hours का duty है.
Now, okay, the number of tests can be in number, okay. But then there are certain things which you need to look from specialization part. Now, unfortunately, in talent identification, only 2 things are looked up from anthropometry side: height and weight. Other aspects are not looked into. Another, when I look into from a sports point of view, probably during the identification itself, yes, I want to look into the femur length, tibial length. This is something she also said that, okay, your lower extremity part is the one which actually grows.
In the beginner of the after the basic talent के बाद
which one?
That this शुरू में
yeah, of course. No, but what we need to do is also in the early stage also, if we can do, that will be a good marker for identifying a talent. Okay. We should not just wait for doing at a later stage. Now the second thing which I said was that, okay, people are training and coming. Okay. Now those who are training and coming, now for example, some athletics. Okay. If you do a isokinetic test in the last 30-degree angle, you will find the vastus medialis muscle activity. Normally in this age group, you will not find vastus medialis activating at that level. You will find the graph going very high towards the end. So if you are keen on saying that, okay, you will surely understand, okay, this guy has trained and come because vastus medialis is really activating in the last angle. Otherwise, normally you will find people will not have that peak towards the end. So there are identify, okay, whether the athlete is really going forward or getting into a burnout state.
One year किया हुआ है because in foreigners that वो तब में ही अपना करने लगते उस समय उसका हाइट कितना होना चाहिए जैसे लेंथ वगैरह का बताया
No, there is no fixed height or weight and all things. It's a genetic factor. What he was telling, that is not the that's so young that whenever for the taste. Saju sir, what Saju sir say, whenever children are coming for the test, they have been trained already. So we call it untrained and the trained.
Yes.
Trained children come for the test. So naturally the performance is higher already.
Listen, sir, talent and you can do this after training or before training. जब आपका बेसिक चीज ही उसका ठीक नहीं है तो टैलेंट हंट क्या करेगा सर?
टैलेंट का
देखो कभी घोड़ा नहीं बनाया जा सकता सर. I think.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm telling is, one is inherent quality, natural quality. That is one stage of talent identification. Then the training starts. How quickly the child is adopting, grasping the training, adopting that, and with that only motor quality has been how fast been developed. That time another stage of identification is required. Then you switch on them when all those things been done fully. You are being a coach, you are satisfied. Then go for another stage of shortlisting them. Those who are definite candidate, put them into intermediate. Then again go for the shortlisting if it is possible. Then all the parameters should be increase karna hai. Taki it is goal oriented. With that goal oriented, you have to add up few more tests. Battery test and all should be earlier. Here specific test will come. This specific test will move on. That pyramid like you have to move. Huge base, then the age group, then moderate training, then adult, pre-adult, adult, then make them winning habit. Send them the competition exposure where they can win the race at the first competition supposed not to be losing race. Because you need the motivation. I won this championship. So you decide there are 1,000 competitions. Which competition you have to send the child where there is a possibility of winning and winning habit to be developed. So that psychologically they are boosted up. After that they are 18, 19. Then you send them international age group championship, international Asian championship, Asian group championship. Set that habit. Once their performance little down, what happened? So you have to just analyze where he is loser. Analyzing things to be bring in front of them. A lot of research work supposed to be done. A lot of table works, data collection, all those things should be there. Slowly have to move. It is not directly to reach. Then a lot of hazards will come, challenge to be faced. So minimizing the challenge and winning habit to be bring. Catch them young, train them young, and make them habit of winning. So that is possibility. That's why I said slowly have to move. Very systematically, scientifically have to go. You have to read the mind of the child. Then it is possible. To train a child, you need a talent coach also. Only child is talented, then it is difficult. It is difficult.
Thank you, sir. As we are running short with the timing,
सर
so
सवाल मेरा मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ सर. टैलेंट जैसे फुटबॉल में ब्राजील के पास जो टैलेंट है वैसे वाला टैलेंट है हमारे पास, या हम खाली आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहते हैं किस चीज का टैलेंट का? मतलब जैसे ब्राजील की फुटबॉल टीम है 8 या 9 फॉरवर्ड खेल रहे इंग्लिश प्रीमियर लीग में, इतना बच्चे खेल रहे हैं. हमारे उसी हिसाब से क्या है हमारे पास? मेरे एक दोस्त गए थे जमैका साइड ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए. वहाँ पे मतलब वो लेट थे एथलेटिक कोच से, वो बोल रहे थे कि 50 करीब बच्चे हैं जो 10 सेकंड में भाग रहे हैं. इतना टैलेंट है. और हमारे पास है क्या वैसे? सच में टैलेंट है?
टैलेंट तो बहुत है, लेकिन टैलेंट जहां से आएगा उनका पार्टिसिपेशन क्या है। हम लोग बात करते हैं कि जमैका गए, अमेरिका गए, वहां इतना होता है, वहां मोर देन 70% 90% लोग स्पोर्ट्स करते हैं, स्पोर्ट्स के लिए आते हैं। 140 करोड़ में, आज मैं एग्जांपल दूं NIS का, पूरे इस पटियाला में आपको 1000 सारे गेम के रेगुलर खिलाड़ी नहीं मिलेंगे। तो हमारे पास टैलेंट की कमी नहीं है। अगर टैलेंट की कमी हो तो एथलेटिक्स बेस है, जिम्नास्टिक बेस है, स्विमिंग बेस है। जब एथलेटिक्स में हम 5th आ सकते हैं, गोल्ड ले सकते हैं, सिल्वर ले सकते हैं, 4th फिनिश कर सकते हैं टेक्निकल इवेंट में, दैट मीन्स वी हैव मोर टैलेंट। ये वो टैलेंट है जो खुद निकल के आ गया। हमारी प्लानिंग में कमी है, हम मोटिवेट नहीं कर रहे हैं। और उसके लिए जरूरी क्या है कि जो एजुकेशन, कोई भी चीज हमें करना होती है, हम एजुकेशनल प्रोसेस चलाते हैं पब्लिक को एजुकेट करने के लिए। फॉर एग्जांपल फैमिली प्लानिंग का हुआ, कई साल तक तो एजुकेट करते रहे कि इसके क्या फायदे क्या है, लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्या होता है? स्पोर्ट्स के लिए हमारे पास कोई प्लानिंग नहीं है एजुकेट करने के लिए। फर्स्ट एजुकेट द पीपल्स, फर्स्ट एजुकेट द सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, फर्स्ट मोटिवेट देम कि हाउ टू लव द इंडिया, हाउ टू लव द तिरंगा, व्हाट डू फॉर द फ्यूचर, एंड प्लीज गिव द वन सन वन डॉटर फॉर दिस स्पोर्ट्स, 100% we get more and more money. Educate them and motivate them that this is the main thing.
इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि मास पार्टिसिपेशन पे हमें फोकस करना है।
Yes, it is already explaining. Already explained.
तो मास पार्टिसिपेशन कैसे हो सकता है उसके ऊपर डिस्कशन करें ना। मतलब अगर हम इंडियन स्पोर्ट्स को अपलिफ्ट करना चाहते हैं तो जो हमारा बेसिक लैकुना है हम उस पर क्यों नहीं डिस्कस करें।
नेक्स्ट आई रिक्वेस्ट सीनियर एजुकेटिव डायरेक्टर सर, प्लीज, ये एक अच्छा टॉपिक है, अगली बार जब सेमिनार हो तो इसी को होना चाहिए क्योंकि इस वक्त ग्रासरूट है उसमें।
Little correction, sorry, this is according to me. Please don't go in that number, 140 crores. 140 crores are not playing. What community you are talking about, talent identification and all these things, that is only 45 to 50% of that population. And regarding the norms, I'll tell you, keep for swimming, norms to be prepared. If it is required again, then norms, whatever it is there, it is not submit. According to me, it is not proper because the norms earlier we have followed, that is Russian made or German made or foreign body is imported. So imported things supposed to be modified as per the Indian condition, and that too the particular age group, that it has to be, what you call comparative data to be taken, then mean to be taken out, and that many number to be reached. At least for India, if 20 crores of children are that age category is there, at least 50% of that data to be collected, then norms to be taken out, then in norms to be fixed. That percentile and mean निकाल के उसको वो डाटा तैयार करके फिर उसका करना. It is time consuming. I agree on that. Yes. It is time consuming, but it's to be done. Yes. For the sake of country, for a medal, we have to do it. One should be disciplined and very honest to these sports for the sports development. Because I personally have seen when this NSNIS scheme was there, I have been sent there to administrate. So in that, what happened, whenever the battery tests were running, the physical education teachers, they are taking the test. That 900 children were there, but they shortlisted on the 100. When I have checked sitting like this, a chair I collected only 20 athletes. And I listed. After that, when a retest, re-observation was there, those 20 were not there in that 100 list. And this, again when the test has been done, all those 100s were out. Only the 20 I just noted down, seeing subjective judgment ka hisab se. So all 20 were there inside. They were inducted into the NSNIS scheme that time. Out of that, 5 of them become the international athlete.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anyhow.
Brief information regarding this thing. जैसे अभी the government is initiating all these efforts. जैसे अभी आपने बात की थी. So this is very important to understand. Now the SAI is planning through the Ministry of Sports कि जो schools है हमारे, these are the basics. और वहाँ पर हर region में कुछ schools का ऐसा identify करेंगे. और पैसा है वो भी, मैं अभी तो नहीं बता पाऊंगा पूरा, लेकिन आगे आने वाले टाइम में पैसे की भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहेगी। सो आप ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रहिए। ये जो मास जो पार्टिसिपेशन वाला है, दिस इज द फर्स्ट इमरजेंट रिक्वायरमेंट, एंड आउट ऑफ दैट जो भी टेस्ट होगा उसी में से हमारे बेस्ट टैलेंट निकल के आएगा। थैंक यू।
लेकिन वजीर साहब कोचेस तो है नहीं
सर, आज कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन अगर आज हम एक 50% पे अगर कहीं पर हैं तो आवर एम इज नॉट टू रीच एट 100%। आवर एम इज वी मस्ट, हमको एक आशावादी रहना चाहिए। 50 पॉइंट अगर 1 पे पहुंच गए हैं तो इट मीन्स हम ऊपर की तरफ जा रहे हैं। और ये आने वाले समय में अगर 4-5 साल में ईडी साहब हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, सीनियर ईडी साहब, डीडी साहब, ये पिछले 5-7 साल में कई चीजें ऐसी हुई हैं जो कभी सुनी नहीं थी, और वो जो आज 5-7 साल में हो सकती हैं, आने वाले समय में और ज्यादा होने वाली हैं। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स दोबारा आ गया है, ओलंपिक्स गेम्स होने वाला है, और हर फील्ड में हम जब अच्छा कर रहे हैं, और इस टाइम जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो खुद इनिशिएटिव लेके आगे कर रहे हैं, तो आपको मेरे ख्याल से आपको अपनी सोच को विश्वास में बदल लेना चाहिए। ये सब कुछ पॉसिबल है।
सर, आई थिंक सर, 1 second सर, आई थिंक देयर वाज अ कंफ्यूजन बिटवीन द क्वेश्चन एंड द आंसर। द क्वेश्चन ये था कि व्हाट टेस्ट डू यू डू टू आइडेंटिफाई द टैलेंट। So there was this tall and talented program that was run in UK.
That was the cross question, na?
Yeah, no. So simply saying, there is a document available on website, Khelo India ka, where the tests are given. So all 20 sports, number of tests that you do to identify, and the age also. For swimming, it is under 12, where you do certain tests, 5 tests: reaction speed, sit and reach, core ke liye test. Similarly, you have 9 tests in athletics that you do. So that age group is 14 and 16. Again, for men and women, there are throws of different weights also. So the question, I think, got confused. They were asking what kind of tests. So be it anthropometrically, palm size kuch affect karta kya swimming mein, things like this. So I think
every sports have different requirement and different testing protocols.
So I think they were asking that ki kaun se age group mein, especially swimming, what age group do you test and what tests? And again, athletics mein, what is the criteria, the height, or what do you check to identify the talent?
See, as you already explained about these topics, on the Khelo India website there are the protocols for the swimming, athletics, different games. So that can be taken from there only.
Sir.
देखिए टैलेंट जो आपने टेस्ट की बात की, टेस्ट ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन्ड इन द सेकंड,
वो फिजिकल टेस्ट है, आई अंडरस्टैंड।
प्लीज लिसन। फर्स्ट है कि कोई भी आप में से कोच या टीचर फर्स्ट चीज क्या देखे, मान ली मैथमेटिक्स का स्पीड एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन, उसके लिए टेस्ट की जरूरत नहीं। जब वो सिलेक्ट कर लेगा देन वी अप्लाई दिस टेस्ट जो आपके है। फर्स्ट है वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द ग्रासरूट। The first grassroot, I saw the one boy is a very running very fast and movement is he is a good speed and coordination. Then the anthropometrical test. After that anthropometrical test and all the battery test and physical test, 9 tests we can get. The first thing is you should be keep in our mind according the gymnastics and the swimming and the athletics. For in the athletics nowadays, before that the strength is very important, endurance no. The speed and coordination. If anybody has a very good speed and coordination, that means the first signal he passed. 100% more. There are more chance to perform well in the future.
Sir, very much. One last question.
Sir, actually, I just want to know one thing. As you all are discussing about, because you all are from mother of all sports. What about the term of us we use like born athlete? So what I feel that genetical factors is one of the most important, which by birth they will come with that muscle fiber, slow twitch muscle fiber or fast twitch muscle fiber or WBC RBC contents. So are we thinking about all this, or we are just trying to produce the champions with the, sir already told that, yeah, but what I feel that we should think about to identify the athlete, those who are already born with such qualities.
Those qualities, I have answered.
Yeah, sir, right.
Categorically I answered.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you all the panelists for this session, and it will be definitely informative for all the participants. Now I will request Ms. Ashwini to do further procedures.
Thank you to our distinguished speakers for sharing their profound insights and practical wisdom with us today. Your diverse perspectives truly enriched our understanding to the journey from grassroots development to global excellence. Thank you all. So now I cordially invite Senior Executive Director Sri Vinit Kumar Sir, DGG Sports Authority of India, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Sir, please. Now I invite Dr. Baba Sir. I request sir to felicitate Kamal Ali sir.